Magandang umaga po. Hello from a very cold United Kingdom. My name is Mark Johnson, and I am Dean of the Graduate School at Goldsmiths, University of London. I'm also co-director of the GlobalGRACE project. It's such a privilege and an honor to welcome you all as participants to this wonderful webinar on teaching Filipino queer literature, which is sponsored by the Institute of Creative Writing and the GlobalGRACE Philippine project, both of which are based at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. I'd like to express my sincere gratitude and thanks to GlobalGRACE Philippine Director, Professor J. Neil C. Garcia, and to Professor Joey Bakira, who's Director of the UP Institute of Creative Writing. To all the distinguished professors, writers, artists, and educators that you will be hearing from over the next 2 days, and to the fantastic technical team who are working to provide the necessary digital support to facilitate this webinar. I'd also like to offer a personal vote of thanks to the Chancellor of the University of the Philippines, Professor Fidel Namenzo, who has been a strong ally and supporter of the GlobalGRACE project since its inception in 2008. The GlobalGRACE project brings together academics and civil society partners to investigate the variety of ways that people challenge systems of privilege and work to create more equitable ways of living together across the world. GlobalGRACE Philippines has focused in particular on enabling LGBTQ+ young people from diverse backgrounds to benefit from training and mentorship in creative writing, performance, and arts and learning about their hopes and aspirations for more gender equitable futures for themselves and others. The workshop that you are participating in grows out of 2 national LGBTQ+ writers workshops held at UP Diliman in 2018 and 2019, with a recently completed virtual artistic residency program for aspiring and entry-level artists from Laguna that was directed by Professor Narissa Del Carmen Guevara and hosted by the YMCA Renali in partnership with the University of the Philippines. The program itself is documented in a beautiful film entitled Bringing It Home, and the outputs from the residency program have been curated now as a virtual exhibition, Entry Level. That work, together with the 2 books arising from the first 2 national workshops on LGBTQ poetry and fiction from the Philippines, provides a living archive that speaks to the vibrancy and urgency of queer Filipino creative production at this time. The event that you are participating in over the next few days draws on that archive and extends the insights and experiences acquired through the workshops. And we hope will inspire you as teachers to introduce students to the study of queer Filipino literatures, enable you to embed gender-sensitive and gender-positive approaches in the classroom, and perhaps most importantly, create inclusive and welcoming learning environments for all, especially LGBTQ young people. In so doing, we hope that this event will also contribute to the broader aims of the Department of Education of nurturing the holistically developed Filipino citizen. I'd like to end on a personal note. My own schooling and socialization was in an environment that was both implicitly heteronormative and explicitly homophobic. And I know that in so many situations, teachers and students in the UK, as elsewhere, continue to face and confront forms of fear, prejudice, and abuse. When left unchecked, unchallenged, and unchanged, those prejudices continue to impoverish people's imaginings and experiences of the world and diminish queer people's lives and creativity. So I want to thank you again for being here and being part of the process and journey of change that is vital to everyone's flourishing and to enriching our collective and public cultural lives. I'm only sorry that I cannot be there to meet you and get to know you all in person, especially so since I am sure that it is much warmer there than it is here. I am sure that you will find the sessions enlivening and enlightening, and that additionally, you will find a supportive network and community of people to work with and walk alongside as progressive educators. I wish you all the very best, and in hopes that you'll stay safe and well in the days, weeks, and months ahead. Mabuhay!
Pleasant morning to everyone. Allow me to welcome you all to the GlobalGRACE seminar on Teaching Philippine Queer Literature, which we are holding in partnership with the Likhaan University of the Philippines Institute of Creative Writing. Open to Filipino senior high school and college literature teachers, this seminar is the final activity of the Philippine work package of Project GlobalGRACE, an international arts and research consortium that seeks to uphold gendered cultures of equality around the world, primarily in the Global South, which has been administered through Goldsmiths University of London as funded by the UKRI. Our work package has, over the past 4 years, been promoting, through workshops and virtual residencies, creative forms of scriptural, performative, and audiovisual literacies among young Filipino LGBTQs, whose artistic productions are available as open access material, poetry, fiction, non-fiction, and a variety of digitally archived artworks in a curated online exhibition, and also as books published by the UP Press in 2020 and 2021. Allow me to announce at this point that all the registered participants to our seminar who are able to complete its modules will receive, via courier or snail mail early next year, a copy of these 2 books, the Philippine LGBTQ anthologies titled Busilak and Lamyos respectively. These volumes gather together the poems, stories, and essays of our fellows to the GlobalGRACE and National LGBTQ Creative Writing Workshops, the first of their kind in the country, which took place for 2 successive pre-pandemic years at the University Hotel of UP Diliman. These are also the texts that will be featured in the modules that make up our seminar, even as I believe they are not the only material that our panel of expert queer literature professors will be recommending to you in the next couple of days. The rationale and philosophy of our seminar may be found in the module outline that you have all been given as a link in your acceptance letter. I will not repeat them anymore, even as I would like to stress at this point the importance of complementing the production and archiving of Filipino creative works, which we have undertaken with the kind of educational intervention that this seminar indeed seeks to carry out. The pedagogical takeaways that our seminar modules will offer you, our country's best and dearest literature teachers, will hopefully magnify and ennoble the good that our workshops and residencies have enacted, offering lifelines to Filipino queer learners in our schools who need to be empowered to believe in the dignity of their own truths, of their own desires and longings, of their own embodied self-understandings, of their own lives. On the other hand, it is also our hope that our modules will be able to enrich the content and form of your syllabi and reading lists, providing you concrete and reliable ways of encouraging a more context-specific and holistic appreciation of the written word and its power to cultivate empathy and compassion among all your students, regardless of their gender and/or sexual self-identifications. Allow me also to briefly call your attention to the intersectional approach that all our modules will take. It is an approach that situates the question of queerness within a variety of issues and concerns, all of which may be said to simultaneously obtain, even as the modules seek to focus on each and every one of them by turns. All told, these thematic inter-implications may be taken to mean that the queer question is necessarily as complex, as layered, as fraught, and as overdetermined as the realities and truths of the queer subjects to which these texts ultimately pertain. I would like to urge you to use this intersectional approach in your teaching of these and indeed any other literary texts whose formal qualities and pleasures are necessarily embodied inside and indeed intersect with themes, values, and valuations that are inescapable in our overall appreciation of any work of art. Treating the text not only as the paradoxical union but also as the generative intersection of form and content will not negate the kind of formalist appreciation that our traditional literary pedagogies have trained us to perform. On the contrary, this approach will complicate and enrich this methodology by situating this kind of artistic appreciation in a network of representational questions that relate to the fullness and complexity of textual content and just how personally, historically, and culturally grounded it is. Moreover, to enhance and qualify the formalist celebration of the virtues of organic unity, the intersectional approach will be mindful of the differences that must remain despite or precisely because of the harmonizing imperatives of art. We have arranged the modules mindfully, with the first two about desire and about identity, providing the conceptual ground on which any further discussion of the critical and existential difference that queerness makes needs to stand. With these two modules, you will be encouraged to see that while they connote one another, sexuality and gender are analytically separable as concepts, and that as experienced by queer subjects, the question of desire, which we can perhaps readily equate with sexual orientation, need not commonsensically always align with the question of identity, which is perhaps more readily intelligible to most of us as gender. As this analytic separability suggests, varieties of cisgender and transgender identities may therefore be said to exist along a spectrum of sexual orientations and vice versa, with the following permutations perhaps being suggestive of just how, in our day and age, dizzyingly unpredictable, random, and incongruous the two can be. Think of a cisgender gay man who is predominantly attracted to trans women, or a trans man who is mostly attracted to cisgender gay men, or a trans woman who is sexually fixated on cisgender lesbian women, a trans man who has a thing for bisexual trans women, etc. You add the concepts of non-binary, pansexual, and asexual to this heady mix, and you can begin to appreciate why the SOGSC acronym has by now practically become an alphabet soup. Of course, we do need to say at this point that this soup by now is increasingly going by a handy little nickname, which should be short in the way all nicknames are, and this nickname is nothing if not that very interesting and helplessly contentious word, queer. Allow me to read our definition for the word queer as we in the Philippine Work Package have operationalized it across our various projects. Within the activist and academic discourses of contemporary Anglophonic globality, more and more queer is functioning as the shorthand for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and other extranormative identities and sexualities. A refunctioned pejorative, queer's provenance in the West, particularly in the US, includes its deployment in the AIDS/HIV activist movement in the 1990s, when this disease was entirely lethal, although during the same period it was also being invoked in critical theory circles as a post-foundational category that gestured toward, but also profoundly troubled, both conventional and progressive understandings of gender, sexuality, identity, subjectivity, and political action. Its currency in the Philippines is mostly confined to urban-centered activist and academic communities, although among the country's Anglophone youth cultures, which enjoy global connectivity through IT gadgets like smartphones, it is being used more and more as a form of self-identification that bespeaks an openness to complexity as far as gender and sexual identities are concerned. It's important to say that, as with the other earlier Anglophone categories like lesbian, gay, and bisexual, queer, as it is circulating in the Philippines' linguistically dynamic, culturally simultaneous, and unevenly Anglophone world, is understood mostly translationally, subsuming, syncretizing, but not entirely superseding earlier and even more traditional concepts of gendered personhood and sexual desire. This perhaps constitutes this word's greater relevancy here and in other Anglophonic contexts. As a verb, queer, after all, signifies self-reflexivity, self-irony, and autocritique, which makes it entirely open to the idea and the practice of becoming itself deconstructed, critically interrogated, and refunctioned. Needless to say, queered, in this case, through the transformative process of translation, anywhere and everywhere it may be found. The last section of this definition underscores the point that our use of English in our country and indeed in our classrooms is a situated accomplishment. It is nothing if not an instance of what linguists have technically called Philippine English. What this means is while their words may appear globally uniform, there are indeed Englishes rather than just one English, and that the meanings of these seemingly self-evident words as they operate in our cultures are specific to our cultures, precisely, and as such, their reference are to realities that are particular to our lives as Filipinos living in the Philippines. As we can imagine, back in the day, when gay and lesbian were first used by Filipinos in their speech and in their writing, these words, as they understood them, did not pertain to entirely newfangled ideas, but indeed largely signified the already existing identities of the bakla and tibo, and so on and so forth. In our own cultural moment, right here and now, queer can also be said to manifest the same translational and therefore necessarily hybrid quality. To my mind, what makes the format of our seminar special is that, as we have envisioned it, it is essentially a sharing of know-how and expertise between and among literature teachers. We all know how rare and precious such a thing has always been in our country, pandemic or no pandemic. I would therefore like to encourage you all to treat our sessions as a series of warm and mutually relevant and enriching conversations, which I enjoin all of you to actively participate in. Within each module, there will be ample room to interact with the module leader and with one another. Teachers need safe spaces too to be themselves and to learn and grow with one another. Within the time and opportunity that has been given us, we are offering our seminar as one such safe and sacred space. While I know that very few of you will be able to fully utilize and implement the content of all our modules in your basic literature classes, our intention has always been to offer you a plenitude of pedagogical options in terms of texts and the context-responsive readings of them, from which you may cherry-pick, mix and match, cobble and glean as you may deem fit. So yes, at the end of the seminar, we would like to encourage all of you to feel free to choose and select the lessons, texts, and takeaways that will be most appropriate to your needs inside your own specifically situated literature classrooms. It's clear to all of us that the task of communicating to our students the love of reading, the love of writing, is best accomplished through an encounter with outstanding literary works. In and through these modules, we are indeed offering to you these queer Filipino stories, poems, and essays as possible occasions for such a meaningful and transformative encounter, both for yourselves and for your students. At this point, allow me to extend my profound gratitude to all our module leaders, our seminar experts, literature professors and writers, all of them, who will work from but will more earnestly enflesh the seminar outline with their own unique pedagogical inputs. They are among our country's most preeminent names in the fields of literature education and creative writing, and their experiential and professional claim to the topic of queerness is, of course, nothing if not a value added. That also proves the political point that self-representations are always better than representations. It is into their queerly lovely, deft, and compassionate hands that we are entrusting our two-day seminar. I would also like to express my warmest thanks to our educational partner for this activity, the Likaan UP Institute of Creative Writing, which has kindly lent to us its technical team led by Ronald de la Peña, Stephen Tanchonco, and Mondi Ruedas. Again, welcome to all of you. It is my hope that you will all find our seminar pleasurable, productive, instructive, and useful. I hope it gives all of you every joy and encouragement to grow in your love of the teaching profession on one hand and of queer literature on the other. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat.
Thank you for sharing about GlobalGRACE and the mission to equip educators with the knowledge and skills to select, interpret, and properly discuss queer literature. We want classrooms to be a safe space that fosters creativity and self-expression in all its forms. This morning, we are going through the first 3 modules. Our focus will be on queerness as it manifests in the self and how it is perceived by the first people we socialize with, our family. Our first module is Queerness as Sexual Desire, and our speaker for this is Dr. Ronald Baytan. Dr. Ronald Baytan teaches literature, LGBTQ+ studies, and the creative writing at the De La Salle University. He holds a PhD in English Studies from the University of the Philippines, Diliman. He is the author of The Queen Sings the Blues, Poems, 1992 to 2002, Anvil 2007, and The Queen Lives Alone, Personal Essays, UP Press 2012. He is the editor of Lit Matters, a manual for teaching Philippine literature, Anvil 2014. Again, Dr. Ronald Baytan.
Okay, magandang maga po sa ating lahat. No? Magandang maga, Dr. Garcia, sa ating technical team, sa ating mga panelists. Sa lahat po sa inyo, magandang maga. Good morning, everyone. I am Professor Ronald Baytan, or Dr. Ronald Baytan, from De La Salle University, a proud La Salle and UP graduate, and I am here as a bearer of good news. Let's begin with a classic TV commercial produced 20 years ago.
Can't help but notice the rosy white change in her skin with Pond Skin Whitening Vitamin Fluid. See the difference in just 6 weeks. Now in cream and fluid.
Kamusta naman po? Ano pong ating reaction sa video? Maaari bang ilagay natin sa chat box ang ating mga reaction? Natuwa ba kayo sa video ng fans? Si Dr. Marica Reyes yan, yung model ng fans. Which leads us to the following. What questions does the video raise about human sexuality, about desires in the context of Philippine society? In the context of our position as a post-colonial Filipino nation, in light of transnationalism and globalization. So this morning, allow me to please, let's go to the outline of today's session. We have only an hour, so we had better make the most out of it. I shall discuss basic concepts which I hope you've already read about and were discussed by Dr. Garcia earlier, and then I'll proceed to principles of queer pedagogy. Then I will share with you some tips on how to teach Crush and Red Devil, plus Honorio Bartolome de Dios's Gay Love. Actually, the two modules, queerness as sexual desire and queerness as gender identity, I am somehow collapsing them or connecting them in my presentation this morning, so that we can see really the liminalities between gender and sexuality. After discussing, or sharing with you my tips on Crush and Red Devil, I will share with you my sample of it. Okay? And then I'll go to a few points and suggested text that you may refer to. Okay? And then I'll go back again to queer pedagogy. Later on, we're going to have a Q&A, but I think that will be that is really set at 11:30. Okay, so first, my primary language will be English, but I shall switch to Filipino if and when the need arises. Some ideas are best shared in Filipino. So gusto ko lang pong check, okay ba ang aking sound? Narinig niyo po ba ako? Karo po ba? Kita pang mukha ko? Kung okay naman, okay? Ngayon, who amongst us have read the materials sent by our fabulous conference team, led by Ms. Sai and Ms. Ro? Who amongst you have seen the wonderful publicity materials designed by Mr. Ronald? Pwede po mag-raise ng hand kung sino po nakakita na ng mga materials. Sana maging mas interactive tayo sa ating session para hindi lang po ako dalda ng dalda sa screen. Sana mas marinig po natin, okay, kung narinig niyo po ako, nagko-connect ba tayo, nagkakaintindihan po ba tayo, Dahil lahat po tayo dito ay magkakapatid, Lahat tayo magkakasama, ukol or rather patungo sa isang adhikain. Okay? So, ang assumption natin ay nabasa natin ang mga materials. Okay? So, salamat sa mga nag-raise ng hands, We are here today, to learn about queer literature, towards becoming competent teachers of queer literature, and possibly, experts in the future, should we desire to do so. Okay, we, the featured panelists, are here to help you conceptualize, design, structure, and implement learning plans for your classes in either senior high or college classes. Let's go to the basic, the most important item in our agenda: sexuality. What is sexuality? If you look at definitions of sexuality on the net, you will find that they will talk about preferences, sexual behaviors, attractions, and that's really what sexuality is all about, right? So I would like to clarify with you the concept called sexual orientation. What is sexual orientation? According to APA, sexual orientation, and I quote, refers to an enduring pattern of emotional, romantic, and or sexual attractions to men, women, or both sexes. Okay? Sexual orientation refers also to a person's sense of identity based on those attractions, related behaviors, and membership in a community of others who share their attractions, unquote. Also from APA, tignan po natin sa screen, ang apat na components ng sex and gender. Okay, ano po ba yan? Number 1, biological sex. Number 2, gender identity. Number 3, social gender role. At number 4 nga ay yung sexual orientation. Okay? Ano nga ba? Ano nga ba ang iba ang sexual orientation sa iba-iba yan, apat na konsepto. Ano ba yung biological sex? Ito ay ang sex na ibinigay sa iyo, ng tadhana, na ikaw ay pinanganak. Biological sex refers to anatomical, okay, or physical, okay, or genetic, characteristics, according to APA, associated with being male or female. Ano naman ang gender identity? According to APA, ito yung psychological sense of being male or female. Ano ba talaga ang naramdaman mo? Maaring meron kang dangling down there. No? Meron kang pag-aari, okay? Or in our local parlance, hindi. Pero feeling mo ba talaga na ikaw ay lalaki? Do you feel really that you are male? Not necessarily, right? Okay? And last, no, social gender role. No, these, according to APA, are, and I quote, the cultural norms that define feminine and masculine behavior. Unquote. Let's go to the next slide. Anong sabihin yan? No? Tingnan natin. No? Dapat po tayo sa left column. No? Anong nakalagay dyan? No? So, tingnan natin ang mga permutations. No? Maaaring pinanganak ka, no, na babae. Okay? Okay, ang gender identity mo ay female. No? At ang social gender role mo ay feminine. At ang social orientation mo ay hetero. Ito ba ay normal o hindi? Siyempre normal. Lahat naman, actually if you look at gusto ko pakita sa inyo kaya maraming columns. No? Kasi iba-ibang, ang daming choices. No? Bawat, look at it, no, please. No? Bawat box, no, sa logical sex, pwedeng male, pwedeng female. At okay, sa gender identity, pwede namang male, pwedeng female. Ang daming pwede. Okay? Pero makikita mo sa ilalim na nakalagay. Lahat yan normal. Dahil lahat naman yan ay valid forms of sexual expression and conceptions of gender and sexual identity. Lahat normal. No? Pero nagkakaroon ng abnormal or bakit nagkakaroon ng tinatawag natin lihis, no, sa pananaw ng lipunan. Ito ay dala ng konsepto ng normative. Okay? Sa kultura natin, dapat tayo sa second column, no? Ina-expect natin na ang mga babae ay So pinanganak ang babae na magiging that you will self-identify as female. Okay? Dahil kaibat niyan, since you self-identify as female, you will also act in a feminine way. Okay? Bawal yung nakatikaya. Okay? Kailangan medyo mahinhin. Okay? Tapos, ina-assume din, no, na sa kultura natin na hetero-patriarchal at heterosexist na kailangan ikaw ay ang babae, ang i-desire mo ay lalaki. Opposite sex object choice, no? Heterosexual. Sexual preference, no? Or orientation. Okay? Ang tanong natin, no? Yan lang ba ang pwede? Siyempre, ang ating sagot ay hindi. Tingnan natin sa left sa susunod na column, no? Iba-ibang permutations. Marami yan. At gusto kong sabihin, no? Pwede niyo paglaruan yan, no? At lahat yan ay valid. Okay? Sexual and gender identities. Lahat. Gusto ko rin i-point out sa ilalim nakalagay, no? Normative, no? Nilagay ko ng normal. Kasi nga, quote-unquote. Bakit? Kasi yan ang ini-impose sa ating kultura ng normal. Sa totoo lang naman, hindi siya normal. No? No? Lahat naman normal. Okay? Siya ay normative. Yan ang nagiging norm sa ating kulturan. Yan ang nagiging batayan. Okay? Sa pag-discriminate ng mga ibang mga tao na hindi sumusunod, ayaw sumunod, at hindi naman dapat sumunod sa mga alinduntunin natin ukol sa gender at sexuality. So, is homosexuality natural? Yes, by all means. Would a boy with a penis automatically identify as a boy? No. Are females naturally feminine? Anong tutok natin? No. Should men's desires be naturally and logically directed towards women? Siyempre, sagot ni Dr. John Emilcadoro, no. Diba? Marami tayong choices. Napakarami. No? Look at the permutations, all the possibilities. At ngayong maga, yan ang ating sususugan. No? Na lahat tayo ay maraming choices para maging individual na ninanais natin. At ang ating mga estudyante ay dapat nating tulungan, no? Patungo rin sa ganyang direksyon. Okay? Now let's go back to slide number 5. Pwede isa po, slide yung isa. Okay, yung pabalik po tayo, no, dun sa slide number, dun po tayo sa what is sexuality. Okay, tingnan po natin. Para lang gusto ko lang makita niyo yung konsepto. No? What is sexuality? Okay, ganoon. Okay, let's go deeper. No? Let's discuss further, no? Sexuality. Let's talk about the body. What I would like to focus on is the body. When we talk about sexuality, we are talking on the one hand, no? We are on the one hand talking about our biological, physiological, reproductive functions, right? Everything the body goes through from birth to death, from infancy to puberty to maturity, from youth to old age, everything the body experiences, like desires, no? Preferences, likes, whatever. But sexuality is more than that. Because sexuality, as a very large, Raymond and Warren, is also about beliefs, taboos, rituals, customs, traditions, attitudes, practices, among others, that individuals, and societies attach to those aforementioned, biological functions. Sexuality, therefore, not just refers to our, biological, physiological functions, but also to, I repeat, following Warren Blumenfeld and Dan Raymond, Okay, let me quote na lang, para sigurado, Warren Blumenfeld and Dan Raymond says, sexuality, and I quote, refers not only to the basic biological sexual functions of our species, but also to the attitudes, beliefs, values, fantasies, taboos, rituals, and customs which individuals and societies have constructed in connection with those biological functions. Klaro po ba sa atin? Which brings us to the relationship between the individual on the one hand and culture on the other, between the self and society. We are all individuals. We have our own perceptions regarding our bodies and other people's bodies. Diba sabihin mo, ay ang ganda naman ng katawan niya, sexy. Ay, ang ganda-ganda ko sobra. Wala akong kasing ganda. Let me do selfies forever because akong pinakamaganda na beke sa buong mundo. But aren't our preferences and beliefs informed and in many ways regulated by norms imposed upon us by society? Who says an act is taboo? Who says that a behavior is inappropriate? Who says that your sex object's choice is not ideal or not natural? Who dictates what must be desired? Who dictates who and what is desirable? Take note of the Pond's commercial. Why should we actually use Pond's? Para gumanda tayo, hindi ba? And that takes us back to our post-colonial, past and neo-colonial condition. Because throughout the centuries, we have been taught that whiteness is beauty and brownness, being native, is associated with inferiority. In our world, how we perceive and understand our sexuality and how we act upon our impulses and desires operate in or emerge from a network of power relations that vary or changes from place to place, from culture to culture, from time to time. As gendered and sexual beings, we are subjected to norms, oftentimes oppressive, that tell us who we should be and how we should behave. This is what Butler would refer to sometimes in her book as regulatory fictions. It's a fiction that dictates that we must live our lives in a certain way, following heteronormative and heterosexist principles or standards. Okay? And of course, because we are enlightened beings, we can unmask its fictionality and we can expose its incoherence. Who owns your body? To discuss sexuality thus is not simply to discuss likes or dislikes or preferences. It's about seeing the body as a sign in the Saussurean sense, in a network of relations. And we must remember that discussions of sexuality and gender are not and cannot be limited to just sex object choice. Desire cuts across issues of class, religion, race, ethnicity, and other nodal points of culture. You don't just desire a man. Whom do you actually desire? For instance, no, a mid-20s, muscular, white, educated, rich, gay, black man. Ang daming, di ba? Tayo mismo, ang ating subject positions, marami. Hindi lang ako gay, ako ay Chinese. No? In chick ako, no? Ako ay middle class. Okay? Ako ay educated. Ako ay agnostic. No? Ako ay ano pa ba mga sabi ko, no? Bukod sa kagandahan, okay? Ako ay isang simpleng, okay? Middle class, no? Na mamamayan lang. Okay? In short, no? Okay, that's why, no? In the seminar, we foreground the issue of intersectionality. Lahat yan, ng mga konsepto ng race, class, okay? Ethnicity, religion, lahat yan ay magkakagay. And we must also remember, understandings of sexuality vary from time to time, no? From place to place. Okay, ito na, dahan-dahan po tayo, ha? Medyo mabigat to, no? So we're now looking at locating sexualities. No? Can we assert that homosexuality or heterosexuality is an objective category that holds true across time and across cultures? Can we say that the terms homo and hetero, because of something biologically given or a transcultural unchanging property like genes, no? Can be said, can be used rather. Can we say that the term hetero or homo can be used to refer to individuals across history and across cultures? Can we call Plato and the Greek pederasts? Can we call them homosexuals? If an Indio hero in the 19th century had desires for another man, can we call him bakla? If your answers to this question are a resounding yes, then you are subscribing to the essentialist view of sexuality. Ang keywords ay transhistorical, transcultural. Okay? Now, if you believe otherwise and assert that individual societies at any given point in time will produce its own sexual subjects for purposes like regulatory controls, if you believe that homosexuality or sexuality per se is a construct, an invention specific to the culture and time from which it sprang, if you believe homosexuality is not a trans-historical nor a transcultural phenomenon because it is contingent upon the workings of history and culture, then you subscribe to the social constructionist view. Okay? So, ang ano dyan is transhistorical and transcultural, or not. In our modules, of course, we take on the social constructionist view. We acknowledge that individual societies have their own specific ways of mapping sexual desires, of creating meanings and statutes out of our bodily functions, and therefore specific ways of creating identities. No? This formulation is very crucial to us as poor third world scholars and teachers stuck in a hopeless nation called the Philippines. Take note, we are products of our colonial past and neo-colonial present, and the decolonizing project needs to involve discussions of sexuality and gender. Every day of our lives as Filipinos, we are negotiating with and through a range of discourses. We are translating, sabi nga ni Dr. Garcia, from different sources, one of which is Western sexological discourse, which is not native to us, but has been implanted in our culture nonetheless. Because our colonial past, because of our participation, because of our colonial past, and because of our participation in the transnational, okay, globalized world. So what can I say? No? It's important that we look at and acknowledge, as Garcia formulated almost 30 years ago, the fact that the bakla, which is indigenous to our culture, okay, and the Western homosexual, on the other hand, can only be different from each other. Magkaiba ang homosexual sa bakla. Kahit na, okay, while the bakla may have been homosexualized, its significations as a gender or sexual category will inevitably be different from those of homosexual. While yes, the bakla may be construed as a form of homosexual by virtue of the fact that the bakla desires a lalaki, a man who is genitally the same as the bakla's construction and his very desires operate in a context specific to our own local culture, as the Western homosexual also had its own specific history and context. This shall be discussed further, no? Especially by Dr. Bakiran and the others, no? When we go to the next lectures. So my question is, no? Pwede isang tanong lang sa ating mga participants. Meron bang bakla sa London? Pwedeng ilagay po sa chat box. Meron pa mga bakla sa London? Paki-post po sa chat box sa ASAP. Come on. Meron bang mga bakla sa London? Paki-post po natin sa chat box ASAP. Meron. Okay, ang tanong ko, sino? Okay, marami po sabi, oo. Ang tama, ang sagot, no? Dalawa pong sagot yan. Okay, wala sana, di ba? Kaya lang, tama, si Ian. Okay, Ian Embradura. Salamat, Ian. Yes, meron. Yung mga bakla na nagpunta sa London. Walang puti, no? Na nanggaling sa London na magiging bakla. Okay, pero may mga maraming bakla doon dahil marami tayong mga health workers, no? At professionals na nagpunta sa London. At syempre, kahit saan ay bakla ka naman. Di ba mga turista ng Pilipinas, sabi ni Rem Tan. Okay? Marami pong mga bakla, no? All over the world. Nagkalat na po sila ngayon. Pero ang bakla po ay specific to the Philippines. And that's something we must acknowledge. Kaya lang po dumadami sa buong mundo dahil po sa diaspora. Because of mobilities. Okay. Klaro po ba sa atin lahat yan ngayon? Okay, and last, no? Salamat po sa participation, no? We have to remember that while identities are products of their own culture, identities are products of their own time as well. Note, for example, how homosexual, gay, and queer have traveled the world and have undergone, okay, translations, no? Ang sabi nga ni Dr. Garcia, in other cultures. Okay? In other cultures. Kung Western, other tayo, pun intended, others, no? Through the decades. We also have to remember that within their own culture, these categories have also undergone so many changes, no? Queer, for instance, was a term of insult in the early 20th century, but with the pathologizing of homosexuality and the stigma attached to gayness brought about by the AIDS crisis and the limits of the hetero-homo binary to account for the plurality of subjectivities and practices outside the heteronormative phase. Queer was deployed or reclaimed from insult to a badge of privilege. Gay was not a gendered term, for instance, for the longest time until it became one, towards the mid-20th century. Similarly, the bakla had many significations, which included, to enthrall, prior to the 19th century. And by the 19th century, one of bakla's main significations became cowardice, as you would find in the work of Francisco Balagtas. And in the 20th century, when the bakla became a gender category, replacing binibae and biniboy, it was understood to refer to one, okay, who is woman-hearted, okay, a biological male who's woman-hearted, with two key features, no? Okay, effeminacy and cross-dressing potential. That is bakla 1.0. But you would probably ask me, but sir, bakla ako pero hindi naman sumagang babae. At pamitan naman po ako. Ano ako? Ang sagot ko sa iyo, okay, bakla ka pa rin, no? Pero sinabi mo, naniniwala ka, bakla ka. No? Bakla ka version 3.5. Happy? Okay. Yung kanina, yung bakla version 1.0. That is a traditional version of bakla. What we have to remember is that we are looking into a plurality of bakla subjectivities. My point is that we must acknowledge that the sexual definition of bakla was as it was first conceived. We must conceive. Must change. We must accept that identities change through time. The bakla, which is a gender-sensitive category, has intermingled with gay, which originally is not. Okay, which leads me to the point: gender is conflated with sexual orientation in our country. Being masculine or feminine does not necessarily have anything to do with our sexual preference. Okay, iba ang usaping masculinity, femininity sa usaping desires, Okay? Pero sa atin kasi, kasi sa atin ang primary image ng homosexuality, ang dominant image ng homosexuality ay bakla. Kaya na-associate natin. Pero hindi naman dapat. Dahil marami naman dito talagang homosexual. Marami mga gay na masculine. Hindi necessarily feminine. Okay? In the contemporary world, there are now a variety of subjectivities and gay subjectivities that confound their original definitions. Na-pirate na po ang bakla. Okay, at nagkalat. Yan din ang gay, Okay, at queer. Okay, para siyang virus nag-mutate. Pero syempre, okay, towards the good, in a healthy way. Lahat yan ay nag-change. Maraming mga bakla. So, sino ba ang bakla, So, sino ang bakla, Sino ang gay? Sino ang lesbian? Let me please go to the next slide. Okay? Go po tayo sa next slide natin, Asan na po tayo? Ayan, more pa po. Next po. Ayan. So, sino bang lesbian? Kung ikaw ay babae at gusto mo babae, okay? Most likely, ikaw ay lesbian. Diba? Kasi, what is sexual orientation? Diba? It's enduring, sabi nga ng EK, it's enduring emotional or physical attraction towards a person. So, kung same-sex yan, babae, gusto mo babae, lesbian. Kung same-sex, lalaki, gusto mo lalaki, okay, gay. Okay? Kung ikaw naman ay kung katingin mo naman ay ikaw ang ano naman ang bisexual. Ito yung mga ang tawag diyan yung mga they go both ways, Gusto nila babae at gusto nila lalaki pareho, Ano naman ang trans? Iba naman ang trans, Pag trans, iba yan, hindi yan sexual orientation term, Ang trans ay identity term, Pag trans, sabihin, you don't self-identify with the biological sex that you were given at birth. Ganun na kasimple. Di ba? Dahil hindi mo kailangan. Di ba? Kung pinanganak ka nga ba, hindi mo kailangan mag-identify as female. Right? Ano naman ang queer? Ito ang ating pag-usapan. Yung queer, Pero bago yan, Tignan natin, napaka-complex ng LGBTQIA, Kasi, una-una, how you look, Physical attributes, how you speak and what you say, dialogue or speech, how you act, actions, how and what you think, thoughts, how you self-identify, representation will not necessarily be running on the same lane. Diba? Maaring mukha ka talagang effeminate, lalaki ka. Pero, pag tinanong ka ng classmate mo, bakla ka ba? Maaring hindi. Dahil hindi naman kailangan, gay ka ba? Maaring hindi. Di ba? Dahil hindi naman porky, medyo malamya ka, necessary na homosexual ka or gay ka. Okay? At meron namang iba, kahit naman talagang kahit naman macho-macho, sabihin nila na gay ako. Di ba? So, hindi mo talaga matansya, Hindi siya nakikita na basta-basta. Sexuality is very, very complex a concept. Okay, ngayon po, So, hetero, homo, bi, lahat po yan ay natural. Okay, lahat yan ay natural, meron kang karapatan mamili kung ano ang gusto mo, kung same-sex ba, opposite sex, o kung gusto mo pareho. Ano naman po ang I, intersex? Ito po yung mamaya i-discuss yung intersex. Basically, ito lang yung merong ambiguous, reproductive organ or something like that. So, medyo ambiguous. Ang kanilang external genitalia. Marami ng mga conditions. Okay? Pero mamaya pa din ang himabalikan niya. Okay, ngayon muna, ano yung A? A is allies. Okay? Okay, meron yung sabi na queer question. Pero sa akin, mas importante yung queer, and Q is really queer. Okay, asexual, no? I would, sa akin lahat yan, no? I would look at them, no, as, we can, for this session, and I think as you can see, no, for this conference or seminar, we use queer, no, we use queer as an umbrella term, no, or rather to encompass, no, without, of course, saying that, it's going to replace the others, no. So let's now go to the next slide, please. Tingnan po natin. Medyo matagal po, pasensya na, ha, kasi ang hirap talaga po i-unpack, no, ng usaping. What I normally discuss in 3 hours, I will discuss with you in 30 minutes. Ganun po kasimple lang dapat, no? Ating discussion. So, tingnan po natin ang ating ano nakikita niyo po dyan? Okay, ano po nakikita natin? Pwede po pwede po mag-open ng microphone, no? Mag-raise ang hand. Ano po nakikita niyo? Paano po nakalapat ang columns natin at rows? Ano po ako ng tubig, ha? Paano po nakalapat? Okay, nakikita niyo po may lalaki, no? At may babae. Okay, at may bakla, at may tomboy, no? Ano masasabi nyo dyan? Bakit naka-arrange ng ganyan yan? In terms sa column, no? If you look at it, look at your eyes, no? Let your eyes go down the column. Ano nakikita nyo, please? Pwede po magsabi, meron po tayong opportunity na mag-share ng ating ideas. Please talk, please share. Come on. Huwag po tayong mahiya, makapal po tayo lahat. Oh, Mr. Rem, salamat. No? Anong sabihin, Mr. Rem? Salamat.
Based on nakita ko, parang it's like a ladder at the top, lalaki, because siya yung medyo ideal. Siya yung pinaka normal.
Yeah.
Tapos after that is yung babae dahil di ba the second sex. So the woman supports the man in everything in societies around the world. Tapos lower than that is bakla because I mean how we treat bakla, how bakla are treated in society, nakikita siya. And after that is tomboy dahil nga medyo similar reasons. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Ang ganda, na-hit po. Salamat po, Mr. Rem. No? Ang ganda ng sinabi mo, no? Tumpak. Hindi ba? Kitang-kita na po natin, no? Kita mo yung tamang-tama, ladder siya, no? Kasi napaka-hierarchical. Hierarchy. Sino ang nasa taas? Sino ang sinasanto? Ang lalaki. Hindi ba? Traditional Filipino gender trait. Sabi, di ba? Ang traditional gender Filipino trait, ayan, ganyan napaka-hierarchical. Ang lalaki sa taas. Pangalawa, ang babae. Okay. At tingnan po natin yung font. No? Ang lalaki, naka-bold face. At babae. Dahil sila yung real. Sila yung ideal, sabi nga ni Rem. No? Sila yung ideal, sila yung real. At sila yung mga copy. Sila yung mga inferior. Okay? From this very sexist perspective or paradigm. No? Ay yung bakla. At yung tomboy. Bakla ay above the tomboy. Kasi ang tomboy, genitally ay babae pa rin naman. Diba? At nakikita sa lipunan natin na ang babae ay definitely lower, no, than the male. Hindi ba't nakaka-engage-o? Nakaka-engage yung ganyang categories, hindi ba? Pero yan po ang ating current, no? Yan po ang ating sex gender system sa Pilipinas. Okay? At kailangan po natin, no, na baguhin, no? Yung ganyang klaseng no? Tsaka dito makita mo na ang lalaki kailangan masculine. Paano kung lalaki ka pero hindi ka masculine? Or rather, paano kung lalaki ka pero ayaw mo maging masculine? Pero saan ka lalagay? No? Pero gusto mo masculine ka pero ang gusto mo ay lalaki. Rin, hindi ba? Kasi ganito yan, ha? Ang lalaki at babae, di ba? Sino ang gusto ng lalaki? Bakla. Ay, sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Sino ang gusto ng lalaki? Okay? Babae. Diba? Sino ang gusto ng babae? Lalaki. Sino ang gusto ng bakla? Lalaki. Dahil nga woman-hearted siya, di ba? Pero inferior. Sino ang gusto ng tomboy? Supposedly ay babae naman. Pero ang makikita mo, the realness, no, is attributed to the male, to the lalaki and the babae, and the unrealness, fake copy, yung bakla at yung tomboy. Paano? Kulang ito eh. Paano kung ikaw ay paano kung lalaki ka, pero hindi ka ayaw mo magbabae, hindi ka effeminate. Saan ka lugar? Wala. Di ba? Napaka strict, no? Yung ganyang sex gender system, no? Kaya sa atin, ang akala natin, di ba? Marami tayo akala natin na yun lang ang mga choices natin. Pero hindi naman po. Hindi ba? Okay? Very heteronormative yan. Okay? And of course, the baklas desire for the lalaki is justified by a heterosexual logic. Bakit gusto ng bakla ng lalaki? Kasi mga babae talaga ako, di ba? I'm really a girl eh. Still following heterosexist logic. Okay, just to clarify further, no, let's go to the next slide. So ating konsepto ngayon, ano ang ating mga kalaban, no? Bilang ano ang ating mga kailangang i-clarify sa ating classes, no? Bilang educators, no? We need to zero in on two concepts, no? Heteronormativity and heterosexism. Okay? And we have to address phobias like transphobia, homophobia, toxic masculinity, no? And we have to situate these, no, across discourses, across a range of discourses, and across a range of topics like history and culture, religion and myth, for instance, race and class, violence, legal rights, language, the creation of safe spaces, pride, and community action. Let's now go to, so, ibang-iba, no? Ang bakla at tomboy ay iba sa homosexual, pero maari isang form ng homosexual. No? Ang point ko, alamin natin dapat, no, specific histories ng mga terms ito na maari mag-overlap, no? Pero kailangan natin alam ang specific, or rather, ang specificities nila. So bakit ba queer? Tingnan natin muna ang heteronormativity. Let's go to the next slide, please. Ano ba ang heteronormativity? Okay, maari po tayong let's go to the next slide. May we ask someone to please read this slide para magpapahinga ng aking bibig, no? Dahil ayoko naman pong i-dominate ang discussion, no? Sino pong gusto magbasa? Ibiyayaan daw po, no? Jimmy, sige, please, no? Please read, no? Focus, curtain.
Heteronormative or heteronormativity is a culture or belief system that assumes that people fall into distinct and complementary sexes and genders, and that heterosexuality is the normal sexual orientation. A heteronormative view is one that involves alignment of biological sex, sexuality, gender identity, and gender roles.
Okay, salamat, no, Jimmy, salamat. Okay, may we please go back to our permutations? Nandun yan sa slide number, ano ba yun? Pakibalik po natin sa permutations. No? Tingnan po natin yung table ko kanina, yung Sexuality 101, sample permutations. Hindi ko kasi nanumberan yung table, pasensya na po. Okay, ayan. O, tingnan nyo dyan, sabihin yan. Okay, asan dyan ang heterosexism? Asan dyan ang heteronormativity? Okay, asan po? Saan yung nakikita? Maaaring po magsabi, tayo sa chat box. Nasaan po?
First column, second column.
Second column, di ba? Okay, the first column after the categories, no? Or second column. Hindi ba? Nandyan, ina-assume natin na may alignment. Pero, kagaya sabi ko kanina, hindi necessary connected yan mga yan, hindi ba? Pero tayo, we were taught na dapat pag babae ka, feminine ka, at ang gusto mo dapat ay lalaki. O pag lalaki ka, kailangan masculine ka, you will call yourself lalaki and that you will desire. Okay, a babae. Yan ang heteronormativity. Okay, let's go back to heteronormativity. Okay, ang kaakibat ng heteronormativity at kapareho niyang kategory ay heterosexism. Let's go please to the next slide. Okay, ngayon, volunteer po ulit tayo. Sino gusto magbasa? Okay, ang balita ko, pagpalain daw ng Diyos, ng jowa, ngayong Pasko, ang magbasa. No? So, sino po ang gusto magka-jowa? No? Sino po ang gustong maging masayang Pasko? May we ask for someone to please read? No? So, okay, sino po ang gusto magbasa? Kapalan po natin ang mukha natin. Huwag po tayong mahihiya. Okay? Hindi ko po makita. Ayan, si Mark. Mark, or piano, pwede ibasa lang po, no? Ang heterosexism.
Heterosexism is the assumption that all people are or should be heterosexual. Heterosexism excludes the needs, concerns, and life experiences of lesbian, gay, and bisexual people, while it gives advantages to heterosexual people. It is often a subtle form of oppression which reinforces realities of silence and invisibility.
Maraming salamat, Mark. Actually, sa akin, hindi subtle yan. Okay, the fact that you believe that the only legitimate form of sexual partnership, no, between individuals, the very fact that you think that the norm and what should be the form of relationship between men and women is hetero, is oppressive. At ang dami-dami niyang pinoproduce, no, na oppression at torture sa ating mga kapatid sa LGBTQI community. Right? So ito ang ating dalawang kaaway. So ano ba talaga ang queer theory? Ano ba ang anti-homophobic theory? Ano ba yung mga yan? They are discourses against these problems. Heteronormativity, heterosexism. Right? So what's queer? Let me repeat, no? Meron po tayong magandang handout na binigay, link, no, na binigay ni Dr. Garcia, no, ng ating GlobalGRACE team, no? At i-quote ko siya, no, kasi napakaganda ng definition. So, can we please go to queer? The next slide, please. Okay, may we ask someone, no? Sino naman po ang gustong pagpalain ngayong Pasko ng blessings, no, from up above, no? Hindi necessarily jowa, dahil hindi magkakaroon ng jowa, di ba? Hindi masaya, di ba? Okay, Nika, may we hear from you? Yes. Okay, basa po ang defining queer.
So queer also refers to a suspension of rigid gendered and sexual orientation categories and is underscored by attempts to interrogate and interrupt heteronormativity, reinforced by acknowledging diverse people across gender, sex, and desires, as well as to foreground the sexual. It embraces the freedom to move beyond, between, or even away from, yet even to later return to, myriad identity categories. Queer is inclusive of any variety of experience that transcends what has been socially and politically accepted as normative categories for gender and sexual orientation.
Okay, salamat, no? So I think ngayon malinaw sa atin, bakit nga ba queer, no? Next slide, no? Queer goes beyond the heteronormativity to account for all non-normative, okay, sexual desires, practices, okay, identities, expressions, no? So yun ang umbrella term. Kaya maganda ang queer, politically viable term. But of course, we acknowledge, no, that there are terms. We use queer not to say that all these other terms are obsolete. No, no, we use queer politically, no, for its viability as a term. No, lahat yan ay magkakapatid, magkakasama sa constellation of identities, no, self-identifications, practices, and expressions that we must affirm. All right? So tapos na yung ating madugong discussion. Okay, extension na po matanda na. Okay, let's go now to the next item. So ngayon, given all these concepts, no, ang dami-dami konsepto, no? Ano ang gagawin natin, no, sa classroom? Okay, can we please go to the next one? Okay. We must clarify, no? If we want to teach queer literature, we must clarify the following concepts. No? Why must we teach LGBTQ literature? Who are the members of the LGBTQIA+ community? So yan, diniscuss na natin yan. What constitutes LGBTQ literature? Simply put, no, it's a literature by, about, or for, no, LGBTQ+. But at the same time, no, as Dr. Garcia said, it's a way of reading text. Kasi maaaring hindi naman talaga tungkol sa gayness yung teksto, pero marami kang pwedeng basahin. No? Okay, so yun ang queer reading. No? It's a reading practice. Okay? At the same time, no, how can we read LGBTQ literature? No? Paano yung mga teksto ng mga writers before na homosexual, na closeted, pero hindi mo naman alam, pero hindi sila out eh. At ang kanilang mga kwento ay puro naman heterosexual characters. How do we do that? No? Merong reading strategy dyan, ang tawag dyan ay crypto homosexual reading, where you look for clues, no, that will unravel, no, okay, the details, the hidden details, no, in the text that will show you that indeed, no, these were planted, no, in the text, no, consciously or unconsciously by the author. Mamaya dadako tayo dyan siguro, no, as we move along, no. So can you please go? Ngayon, so dito tayo sa pinaka-topic ko, no. Finally, nakarating na po tayo, no, queerness as desire, no, teaching, crush, and wedding. Tanong ko lang po, no, sino sa inyo ang nakabasa na? Sino sa inyo ang nakabasa na, no, sino sa inyo ang nakabasa na ng Crush at Red Devil? Okay, raise lang po ang hand, no? Sino po ang mga makakait, no, at masisipag ng mga participants Of course, ang assumption natin lahat tayo ay nabasa na. At kung hindi pa nabasa, babasahin namin yan. Okay? So, ito na, klaro sa atin, pagmuha tayo ng lesson plan. No? Dito na po tayo sa ating teacherly functions. Alright? Pag gumawa tayong lesson plan, syempre, let's put the fourth subject. No? This is 21st century literature perhaps, or contemporary Philippine literature sa college, or literary history of the Philippines, or introduction to, ano ba yun? Litera 1, literatures of the Philippines, perhaps. No? Okay, so ang level, lalagay natin. Importante, alam natin yung level, no? Para kayo yung module. Dahil lahat naman itimpla natin, no? Para sa ating mga mag-aaral. Okay? Duration, lalagay mo dapat dyan how much time. Kaya ba i-discuss ang isang in 3 hours or so? Okay? So ang topic natin, Introduction to LGBTQ Writing by way of Crush by Nico Pablo and Red by Joseph Das. Mamaya ilagay ko na yung gay love sa second module. Okay? Tapos, okay, go tayo, please, no? To, well, maybe please go to the next slide. Pamove po tayo, Sir Steven, ayan. Okay, more pa po. Okay, next po. Okay, ayan. Okay, so, ano nakalagay dyan? Okay. So, ano yung text natin? Ano yung background, no? Ano ba yung prior knowledge na ina-assume natin na meron sa chapter? Siyempre, basic close reading skills, no? For fiction and poetry, no? And basic, at siyempre mas maganda, actually if you ask me, mas magandang ihilera ito, okay? Sa, kung ang mga bata, no, ay may knowledge na ng feminism. So bago mo sila bigyan ng mga bakla, lesbian, or queer text, bigyan mo muna sila ng mga kabaihan, no? Mga teksto ukol sa kabaihan, no? Bigyan mo sila ng poems ni Marjorie Vasco, ni Rebecca Anunuevo, no? Yung mga kwento, no, nila sa mga tula ni Ruth Mabanglo or ni Benil de Santos. Mas maganda para alam mo yung nasa schema na nila yung gender. Okay, so at the end of the lesson, students should be able to define, okay, the basic theoretical, or rather to define and discuss basic critical theoretical concepts, no, relevant to the reading of LGBTQ literature. You must make them analyze the literary techniques in the text. And number 3, no, examine the politics of the text in the service of, the author's politics. No? So in short, you have to allow them to examine, okay, the politics of the text vis-a-vis the techniques. And number 4, no, ako kasi naniniwala ako dapat aking lesson plan ay may applicability, no, sa kanilang buhay. So lagi ako may mga activity, no, na mayroong aplikasyon. So let's go to number 4. Translate, no? So can we please move, please? Okay, yan. Translate their knowledge of LGBTQ concepts into real-world situations. Meaning, create or write something promoting, okay, gender, okay, promoting inclusivity, no? And of course, the affirmation of LGBTQ plus identities. Okay, so ang ginagawa ko dito, kagaya ginawa namin kanina, meron akong I'll begin my lesson, no, with I begin with an assignment, no. So maaari kayo magbigay muna ng para hindi sila maloko sa discussion ng theory for gender and sexuality, kailangan mo muna bigyan sila ng assignment, no. And the best my suggestion is you give them one of the readings, no, in the packet. Yung kay Garcia, no, for instance, history of bakla in the Philippines. Ganyan, no. Kailangan may mga introductory essays ka para hindi sila bulagaan. Kasi ang mga bata, totoo lang, wala naman silang konsepto na ganito. Hindi pa tayo na-encounter bagong territory. At mas maganda kung malagyan mo na sila ng konting ideas, no, sa kanilang sistema. Okay, next. Yaman din lamang nakapagbasa na sila ng Garcia. Kahit hindi na fully natindihan, just put it there. Okay, then we go to the, okay, I'll begin the class session with that video or any other video that you want that would elicit questions about about what sexuality is or what human sexual desire is. Kaya gusto mo mag-lecture ng konti, kaya ginawa ko, lecture ka konti. Yan. Okay? And then, kasi sa akin, ang ginagawa ko, bago ako nag-discuss ng texto, nag-activity ako, no? Meron akong battle of the brains. No? Mga ganyan. Kasi kailangan masaya ang classroom. No? Engaging dapat siya. No? Napakahirap ang topic eh. So, kailangan i-lighten it up. Okay? Pero, ginagawa ko ngayon, sa akin muna, so, ang anin ko lang po, no? So, pero ngayon sa ating session, hulihin ko na yung activity, no? Let me first discuss, no, key points, no, regarding ano ba yung mga gusto kong iparating natin sa ating mga estudyante. no? Dapat pag kang lesson plan, meron kang meron kang gusto iparating sa kanila na meron silang take away yung mga bata, which you will concretize, no, through your plan, through your activities, through your lectures, through your discussions. Okay, so for me, no, ito yung mga maaari mong tingnan. No? So can we please go to, okay, the next slide. No? Next slide po tayo. No? Ito yung mga key points. No? Desire is natural and part and parcel of who we are as humans. No? As you can see, your students don't know anything about sexuality or gender, konti lang. No? And yet they experience these desires. Hindi ba? Kagaya ni Eman, hindi ba? And so what we don't have the language to understand it, to articulate it, or to affirm it. And so here we are. No? It's important that we give them non-biased, no? Non-heterosexist, non-heteronormative, inclusive, loving, no, input about sexual identities and sexual desires. We have to empower them, to develop a positive understanding of sexual desires and gender identities, towards inclusivity, towards positive self-understanding, and ulit ako ha, sorry ha, okay. Ayan, saan po tayo? Okay, towards, inclusivity, positive self-image, gender din po ako, and of course, anti-heteronormative politics. In due time, yung mga batang yan, magiging sila, maintindihan nila ang sarili nila, mamahalin nila ang sarili nila. Okay? And I say this in English, they will, okay, their own freedom. Okay? So, yan ang ating So, ang ating So, mag-discuss ka, di ba? Key points. Okay, so anong gagawin natin? Let me now show you a few questions that I will ask in my class. Kung ako nagturo ng ito. Kasi importante, next slide po, importante, na we balance, okay, the appreciation of literature as aesthetics, okay, techniques, dahil sa totoo lang, kung walang techniques, wala namang politics, alright? I will ask the students, to look at the progression of images, diba? As you can see in the poem, diba, I am 8, I am 9, I am whatever. Ano ginagawa? Napaka-dominant ng visual. Nung di ba? Nung visual images. You have here a subject, the persona who is looking at some scopophilic, days, or pleasures. So, tingin siya na tingin sa kanyang classmate, di ba? You must explore the inner world of the person. Diba? What's happening to him at this point, at every point in his life. And how has the poem represented a boy's growing consciousness of his desires? You may also discuss, how the poem addresses issues, or problems that affect, a queer person's or a gay person's identity formation or development. Go down, please. Next slide. Tingnan natin yung tulak, sample lang po natin. Tingnan nyo, ha? I am 9. I have my first male class advisor. Tingnan mo, nakadikit ka, nakatuon ka agad sa lalaki, Something is different. Because, early on, children know or realize that they're different, that they are others. They are, an other. Okay? The skin, the color of coffee, so perfume, napaka-sensory. Bata. Marami silang nararamdaman. Hindi lang niya masabing bakla siya, gay siya, or whatever, pero andun, yung desire. Go to the next slide, please. Ito ang pinakamagandang So, wala i-highlight yung pinakamaganda. Tingnan mo dapat din, you have to look at the phone for the wonderful symbols or images in the text. Look at that, diba? I'm 11. I pretend to be a slave to the clock. Turn my head like a sunflower. Look at the last 2 lines. Ang ganda-ganda. The sunflower goes against its nature. Wilts in the heat of what keeps it alive. The paradox. How does this tie up with the child's consciousness and the child's feeling of being an other? Diba? Ang ganda-gandang himayin ng linya. Dapat naman po tayo sa next text, no? Sayang, no? Sana kung meron tayong 3 hours, di ba? To discuss all these things. Pero yan lang po ang ating patikim. No? Paano naman po natin aaralin isang teksto na ganun din, may discovery? The Red Devil, no? Describe the world of the boy, no? Eman, no? Especially in terms of the way people behave. Take note sa tekstong ito, ha? Hindi lang naman yung bayot or agi or bakla ang other. Hindi ba? Pati yung batang babae, hindi ba? Na gustong sumali pero hindi siya puwera. Di ba? Napaka-rigid ng rules. No? Kailangan makita natin anong mundo ang ginagalawan niya. Alam ba niya yung scripts? Siyempre, meron siyang knowledge, hindi ba? Kahit pa paano. At yun ang masakit sa mga bata. Okay? Dahil hindi nila alam ang gagawin nila. Okay? Pero alam nila na merong mga mga rules sa buhay at an early age. At yung iba, ina-appeal. Hindi ba? So, discuss the specifics of his sexual identity. No? Dito maaari natin i-discuss what do children know and what do we adults know about desires. Let's go to the next slide, please. No? I want you to discuss Eman's fascination with Don Don. Paulit-ulit, di ba? Napaka-visual din. Di ba? Okay? Kasi naman talaga lagi dahil sa totoo lang, mahahawakan mo ba? Mayayakap mo ba yung gusto mo? Yung crush mo? Payakap, crush, hindi naman ganun ang buhay niya, di ba? Kahit bata ka, alam mo na hindi ka ganon, hindi ka mayayakap bigla, di ba? Laging hanggang tingin ka lang. And early on, children realize the tyranny of gazing in life. Year after year. Okay, ngayon, tingnan natin, no? So, tingnan mo itong paragraph dito. As soon as he came in, Don, next slide please, no? Immediately sat on the sofa, took off his salt-smeared shirt and then lay on the sofa, no? I stared right at his stout chest. Oh, di ba yung batang ito may pagnanasa, no? At an early age. Go, little boy! Okay? Ngayon, tingnan natin. No? Pero, masaklap ang nangyari sa kanya. Di ba? Dahil yung inaasam-asam niya na red spider. No, red devil pala. No? Okay? Meron palang ibang red devil. No? At ang ganda ng title. Ano yung effect ng ito na pinahawak sa kanya? Yung kitty o yung ari. Alam natin gusto niya si Don. Pero handa ba siya sa nangyari? Diba? Tingnan natin ano nangyari. Diba? Iyak siya ng iyak. Diba? And I always wake up crying. No. Ang ganda-ganda ng kwento. Diba? Ako naiiyak ako minsan pag no? So I went upstairs. At ang ganito, may dito ni nanay nahiwalay sa kanyang asawa. Hindi pa ang tatay niya, nahiwalay sila. Napaka-layered ng kwento. The world of this young, mother, of this child, who doesn't quite understand, but knows what he is doing. Okay? And look at those eyes. I closed my eyes, but I could still see Don's penis that he told me to touch. For the first time, I could not understand my feelings. Something spidery wanted to come out from my own thin matchbox. Ang ganda i-discuss at himay ng yan. Kailangan niyong himayan for the artistry, for the politics, for the issues. Next slide, please. Okay, so anong gagawin ko dito, no? Sa text nito, no? So, so after discussing it, masaya tayo lahat, nagkaroon na lahat, di ba? Magkakaroon tayo ng enrichment activity. Pero handay lang po, no? Di ba sabi ko sa inyo, kanina po, ang klase mo ay advanced at marami na kayong input, pwede kayo mag-battle of the brains. No, simple lang naman yun, bibigay ka lang ng mga questions. No? Level 1 is recall. Pwede po tayo mag-move ng slide. No? Tingnan natin. Move po further. Para lang makita lang po natin yung battle of the brains. Move pa po, please. Okay. Wala hata po. No? Anyway, sige na po. Sabihin ko lang po yung battle of the brains. Level 1, comprehension. Level 2, interpretation. Level 3, analysis. Level 4. Ang ginagawa ko dyan, level 1 and 2, mga question, lang yan, based question. Unahan sila ng sagot. Mayroon akong buzzer. Okay? Who is the lead character in this story? Yan. Okay? Level 2, interpretation. What is the figure of speech used in this line? The sunflower, blah, 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 wills. Okay, paradox. Ganyan, unahan sila. Level 3 ay analysis. Kailangan ngayon extemporaneous speech na. Diba? Lahat sila. Kasi dapat we develop their skill set. Not just to read, but also to speak and to listen, to communicate. Diba? There are future leaders, no? And they're the future allies. They should be able to communicate their politics. So, ayan. Magkakaroon ng pag-apat na ng contestants, ano na yan, extemporaneous speech. And then magkakaroon ng final 2. Ito na yung synthesis. Bongga, labanan, no? Resolved that this text is blah, 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 anti-heteronormative, blah, blah, blah. Debate. At alam mo sa totoo lang, magugulat ka sa mga bata. Huwag natin silang underestimate. Ang ganda-ganda. Na-record ko yung iba kong mga lessons. Hindi lang kasi ako, hindi ko lang happy mga videos so dahil pandemic. No? Pero ang ganda-ganda ng mga sagot ng mga bata. Magugulat ka. Ang patalino nila. And you will be so happy, no? Okay, now next, no? Mag-extend po ako ng konti. Konti lang kasi naman yung next, ako yung next module, di ba? So Baytan part 2, okay na nakawang kita ng konting minutes ha, mamaya. Okay? Pero ngayon, Baytan 1 po na tayo, no? Baytan 1, no? Module number 1. So, yan. So, kung after, so kung may time ka gano'n, no? Tapos tsaka mo siya i-synthesize, tsaka tayo mag-discussion points in discussion. No? Kung may time ka, pero kung wala ka, jump na to the discussion. And then, ang maganda dito, dapat i-apply natin, yung matutunan natin. Diba? So, let's go now to our enrichment activity, the TV commercial. Okay? Dito, ipapakita lang natin, diba, yung do you want to watch the bench commercial? Hindi mo siya ganun ka-importante, no? Pero siguro hindi ko napapakita, no? Kasi ganito yun, no? Ang gagawin nyo lang is i-pick ninyo yung commercial. No? Anday lang. Pwede pakita natin, Sir Steve, no? Yung lang, first few seconds lang, para lang meron tayo.
Anak, ingat ah.
Yes, pa.
Hi, JR. Bango mo ah.
Amoy pa lang yan. Huh? Ano daw yun? Bakla, anong sinabi mo?
Okay, stop na po natin. Okay, patikim lang po natin yan, no? Stop na po wala tayong oras, no? Okay, wag po tayo mag-judge, no? Pag-unin po natin ang buong clip, no? Bago natin i-judge, no? Okay, so watch the bench perfume commercial and critique it for its politics. You make them for groups, no? And analyze it or evaluate it, no? For its politics, no? Explain briefly how you would, discuss the flaws, no? And the merits of the commercial, no? The merits first, and then the flaws kung merong flaws, as your students think so. Now, explain briefly how you would alter the text to make it more LGBTQ affirming. Okay, so yun ang ating activity, no? After class, no? Maganda rin ang group kasi totoo lang, ang dami-dami mong ginagawa bilang teacher, di ba? Ang hirap mag-check ng isang toneladang papel. Maganda mag-group exercise para less work for you. At saka, ang mga bata nakakapag-synthesize, nakakapag-exchange ng ideas. No? Okay, next slide please. Tingnan natin. Okay. So, ayan, no? Ano ba yung mga rubric, no? Kailangan na they comprehended the text, no? Kailangan may evidence, no? Of comprehension of the text, the clip, quality of the assessment, no? Proper application of appropriate concepts, thorough evaluation of the text, no? As you see fit, no? Creative rendering of newfound knowledge, no? Neutralizing and refashioning heterocentric, heteronormative tendencies or assumptions found in the narrative. Okay, so yung mga pwede mong i-consider as part of your rubric. So let me go to my closing points for this particular class module, no? Sexuality is an exciting but difficult subject, no? So what must you do? Emphasize values like respect, acceptance, empathy, willingness to change. Help students develop a positive understanding, of the self as a sexual and gender being. We need to work against heterosexism, homophobia, transphobia, and other problems, other forms of bigotry and violence against members of the LGBTQ community. So, meron po ako mga suggested readings, no? Hindi ko nalagay dyan, pinaka-importante dyan, tingnan yung APA. Type nyo lang, APA. sexual orientation. Lalabas na dun yung mga discussions, no? Kasi importante that we give our students credible, okay, up-to-date sources. Kasi maraming mga mito surrounding sexuality. No? Maraming mga myths na nag-circulate. We need to challenge them by giving them accurate, up-to-date, quality pieces of information. So, yan ang ating mga suggested readings. So, dadako na ako sa closing ko talaga. No? Principles of Queer Pedagogy, Part 2. So, ano ba yung mga natutunan natin? Ano ba gagawin natin? No? Which we will apply all throughout the conference or the seminar. No? Teaching queer literature really is about change. But we know that the world is one big conflict, isn't it? And one violent place. Violence from the home, from schools, from churches, from other institutions. And they're physical, diba? And they can be virtual. All right? Okay. Diba? So we teach them about change. Literature, literature is about change. At syempre, no, how does change happen overnight? No. You cannot expect change to happen overnight. Don't expect too much. Okay? You cannot change everything overnight. No? So, kung ang mundo is ang kloseta, no? Please go to the next page. Okay? The classroom is also a closet. And so what must you do? No? Create a safe space for students. Help students ask questions, discover themselves, and affirm their identity in the long run. Importante yung mga little notes about kids ng mga teachers. Eh. Like ako, pag nakita ko mga bata na gusto ang lagi naka-blonde, lagi naka-blue hair, sasabihin ko, "Oy, Iho, ang ganda ng hair mo." Get me? Kasi maganda yung i-reinforce mo eh. Na yung kanilang mga choices ay tama. Ang kanilang expressions, no, ng kanilang gender identity or sexual identity ay tama. At nararapat sa kanila. We need to give those kinds of input. Next, please. You can teach neither what you do not know nor what you do not possess. This is following Isagani Arthus, no? Parang, ang hindi mo alam, hindi mo matuturo. At yung wala ka, hindi mo ibibigay. Kaya kailangan alam mo ang literatura. Bago mo ituro, alamin mo muna ang mga basics. At dapat naniniwala ka sa adhikain ng LGBT community. Dahil kung wala, kung mo ituro, ang dami-dami pwede ituro, hindi ka? Dahil may discover ng mga bata na pinifake mo lang yun. Okay? At dapat tingnan natin, no? So, a teacher, no? An effective LGBTQ literature class, no, can only be achieved if the teachers know their politics. It has to come out in the things you say in the classroom, in the things you do. Okay, malapit na tayo matapos. Okay, next please. Teach students to develop their critical thinking, no? To probe text and issues with eager eye. You invest in theory also, pero ikaw yon as a teacher, but do not bombard your students with theory. Please. Ang bata-bata pa nila, huwag torturein, okay? And then, sorry ha? Okay, and then use appropriate materials na sabi ko. The only way to combat ignorance and bigotry is to give them positive, good, credible sources. Sabi po ng aking religion teacher, ganito po eh. Okay, basahin mo si Butler. Okay? Sabi po ng ganito po, APA. Sabi po, oh, Garcia. Get me? Ganun lagi, no? Ang diskurso ay academic, intellectual. Hindi kayo mag-aaway. Mali ka! Hindi ganon. Walang high blood. Dahil mahal ang gamot. Bawal magkasakit, sabi ng TV commercial. Academic discussion. Serious academic discourse. Ang LGBTQ discourse. Okay? And so you have to create a balance, no, between aesthetics and politics. You have to explore the connections, no? And teach LGBT because, sa totoo lang, what is? No? Ito na aking closing finale. Sa aking final. Teaching LGBTQ literature is a political act. Why? Mga kapatid, no? Why? Because teaching queer literature is about questioning unequal power relations. It's about destabilizing hierarchies and norms that disenfranchise individuals and communities. It's about creating a safe and meaningful space, not only for queers, but also for other objects who have been silenced, demonized, and deemed unnatural, stripped of their rights and subjected to repeated acts of violence. Most importantly, my friends, teaching LGBTQ literature is about teaching queers, other objects, and allies. In short, everyone, potentially, or anyone who has ever been oppressed for being different. That they have the power to change the ways of the world. That they have the right and the agency to be free. Teach those kids, those young students, how to dream. Teach them to be free. Next slide. As usual, ang aking ending, God bless. Next slide, please. Ako po, si Ron Baytan, no? From De La Salle University. No? Nagkasabing, magparami po tayong lahat. Okay? Para baguhin natin ang mundo. Maraming salamat.
Desire starts at a very young age. As educators, we have the ability to help students understand it as opposed to curbing it and leaving the young ones to make sense of it on their own. This desire connects with our sense of self, our identity, and the choices we make to fulfill it. Our second module focuses on queerness as gender identity, and we have Dr. Ronald Baytan once again to discuss it.
Okay, maraming salamat po, no? Pwedeng unin po ako ng tubig muna, sandali lang, ha? Kasi medyo binidong sa akin ni Lord, napagod daw ako. Okay. Pero syempre, papasalamatan ko, no? I'm really thankful to Dr. Garcia, no? And to Dr. Johnson, no? For the opportunity. No? Ang saya-saya, no? Ang saya-saya ng magturo, no? I've been teaching, ano na ba ako? Naka-start ang time ko? O sige na. Okay, we now go to module number 2. No? I've been teaching queer studies, no, for 25 years. More, actually. No? And, you know, it's such a beautiful experience, that's all I can say. Beyond words. So now, let's go to, okay, torture number 2. No? Ayan, no? So may we go to the next slide, please? Ayan, I will preface my discussion of queerness as gender identity via or with Mamu and a Mother. Kakaiba itong pelikula nito na dapat manood ninyo. At free ito. No? Free ito ngayon sa Cinema One. Please, pasok po ng video.
Sweetheart, how much? Did the price strike? Gusto ko lang maging ina sa'yo. Wala pa ba?
Ano bang gusto mong marinig?
Ano totoo?
Hindi lahat ng bagay kaya niyang ibigay.
Kaya hiwalayin mo siya.
Mataas ang respeto ko sa'yo.
Hindi mo ba naiintindihan? Para sa atin yun. Parang pera to. Hello? Uwi ako sa amin. Tegi kasi si sister rin.
Yan si Boyo. Anak ng kapatid mo.
Anak mo?
Parang hindi pa ko ano maging nanay.
Parang weak niya ako, be.
Parang hindi. Ikinagpagawa niya.
Date naman siya eh. Bokot lang yung boses.
Hello, baby.
Hoy! Kahit ganun yung boses ng mama mo, maganda siya.
Vincent pala, jowa ko.
Jowa ka na ba?
Wala pa kasi akong bet.
Walang bet o walang may bet sa'yo?
May tanong ako, maganda ka ba?
Ano yan? Inggit ang tawag dito, sis. True?
Baka nakikiliti ako. Ano masarap?
Ako, sure.
Yes, Joy. Joy. May Trevor pa ako.
Maganda naman si Bona.
True?
True.
Ulit-ulit, tanga lang.
Okay, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Ako po si Ron Baytan, no? Medyo nawala po yung aking ano, no? Nasa module number 2 na po tayo. Yeah? So next slide, please. So as usual, no? Bigyan ko po kayo ng overview ng ating session. Okay? As usual, dapat, no, klaro sa atin. No? Sa atin natin dapat, no, klaro ano ang gagawin natin. Dapat meron tayong guideposts. Alam ng mga bata, ano ang lesson. So, ngayon, today, no, I will talk about a few basic concepts. Dahil na-cover ko naman na karamihan kanina, yun ang maganda. Medyo papisahan ko lang siya in a simple and quick way. No? And then I will go to teaching Sailor Moon and Gypsy. And here, I will supplement it with Honore Bartolome de Justice, Bella, a classic love story that all of you, no, all of you, I'm telling you, all of you must read. Okay? And then yung sample activity nga, ito na pala yun, sorry, na-preempt ko na yung aking Battles of Games, no? Okay? And then yung aking enrichment activity, no, assignment, no? Tapos yung aking closing points. And then meron pa akong bit-bit na mga tips on how to design tasks for the LGBT literature classroom. And then yung mga suggestions. Yan po ang buod, okay, or overview ng ating session sa umagang ito. Next slide, please. So ano nga ba talaga ang gender? No? Ano ba talaga ang gender? No? Ano bang binigay sa atin ni Lord? No? Okay. Meron kayong guide, di ba? Doon sa ating no? Nakalagay doon sa ating packet, no? At tingnan niyo po yung glossary. Basically, what is gender? Gender is, you know, all about attributes, features, characteristics, no? Okay, related to being male, female. Okay, so let me quote, no, the glossary, no, S.J. Miller, editor, no, gender, okay, and I quote, no, refers to, I quote, socially constructed roles, behaviors, and attributes considered by the general public to be appropriate, no, quote unquote, for one sex, as assigned at birth. No, unquote. Gender really refers to society's constructions related to being male or female, all right? To attributes or characteristics that society has imposed upon us via roles, norms, ideologies, practices. Okay? At syempre, no, as I said, no, kailangan natin tignan, no, how gender identities evolve. No, kagaya ng bakla, di ba? Bakla kasi is gender. Ang bakla hindi siya a term for sexual orientation. It's a gender category. No? So ang bakla, nag-emerge yan, no, to replace, no, the Billy Boy and Billy Bae, no, in the mid 20th century, no. At ngayon naging siya na yung primary term or master term, no, for the Filipino, for the local homosexual identity. Pero nagbago siya through time. At hindi mo pwede basahin ang bakla nang hindi kasama ang tomboy, hindi kasama ang lalaki at babae. At dapat kung i-question natin yung lalaki, bakla dichotomy, yung babae, tomboy dichotomy, which definitely privileges the left-hand term. Hindi po ba? No? Yun ang ating task. At syempre, no, now that we are in this very, now we are in the 21st century, no? Lumabas na ako sa ng trans identities, no? Importanteng alam din natin, no? Ano ba talaga ang meron tayong dalawang categories, no? Move tayo please, no? Trans and ano ba yung ano? Iba ang gender at sexuality ay iba, right? Ano ba yung gender? Yung sense mo nga, sabi ko about, no? It's about related to being male and female. Ang sexuality, no? Or rather, no? Malaking concept ang sexuality, no? At if you compare gender against sexual orientation is about whom you desire. Get me? Gender is about who you think you are. Sexual orientation or preference is who you think you are as a desiring being. Okay? Magkaiba po sila. Ngayon, ito yung ating contentious categories, no? Cisgender and transgender. Ano ba yung cisgender? Cisgender, if you self-identify with the biological sex that you were given at birth. Yun na kasimple. Diba? Kaya lang problema, all of us are expected to identify. Diba? At yung mga hindi nag-identify, ino-oppress natin. Sinasabing abnormal, abomination. Yun ang problema. Ang problema hindi yung tao, hindi yung bata, kundi yung kultura. Ano naman yung transgender? Okay, kung ang cisgender, you feel, you acknowledge, no? You acknowledge, no? You acknowledge, okay, and self-identify with the sex you were given at birth. Ito ang transgender, hindi. You don't. Ganun kasi. So, pinanganak ka na may titi, no? Pero do you necessarily have to self-identify as a male? Do you feel, no? Yung ibang core gender identity mo ay talagang feel mo, male ka. Maaring hindi. Right? At yun ang dapat natin susugan na punto para sa ating mga estudyante. Para yung mga bata, no, na kasi ngiti sila na, oy, nako, mahinhin. Ay, ganyan, kakaiba. Okay? Kailangan nating labanan yung ganong mga konsepto. Okay? Ano naman yung gender queer? Kasi lumaki tayo na binary. Na lalaki o babae, male-female lang. Pwede bang tumaliwas sa male-female binary? Oo! Kaya nga may gender queer. Di ba? Anong gender queer according to the glossary? No? Let me repeat, no? And I quote, no? Those rejecting binary roles and language for gender. A general term for non-binary gender identities. Those who identify as genderqueer may identify as neither man or nor woman, may see themselves as outside of the binary gender boxes, may fall somewhere between the binary genders, or may reject the use of gender labels, genderqueer identities, no? May also fall under, fall under the trans. Okay? So, maaari, no? Challenging, ano? Ano ang nagiging problema natin kapag may ganyan mga konsepto? Okay? Nagkakaroon ng sexism. Nagkakaroon ng transphobia. Okay? Or cis-sexism. Hindi ba? Naniniwala tayo na dapat ganito lahat. Diba? That you must identify with the sex that you were born with. Diba? Yun yung mga problema. Okay? At isa pa, last na, no? As I said, paano naman yung mga trans at mga bakla? Parang nag-overlap sila. Hindi ba? Okay? Kung ang isang tao ay under the trans umbrella, no? Ay gusto niyang feeling niya talaga ay babae siya. Lalaki siya pero genitally male pero feeling niya babae siya. Maari siyang ng affirmative surgery. Okay? Okay? At pag na siya, affirmative gender affirming surgery na siya ay ay transsexual. So maaaring pre-op or post-op. Yun yung mga transsexuals. Iba na ng kategory yon. Di ba? Pero yung mga bakla, okay? Kasi ngayon, may mga bakla talaga na self-identify as bakla, but not as trans. At meron naman talaga na talagang nila, no? Sa kanila talaga na sila ay trans, no? So malaking discourse yan, no? Ang point ko is they overlap, no, in our culture. Dahil nga kasi ang bakla ay effeminate gender category. Okay, pero mamaya siguro as we move through the sessions, no, we will explore that further. Ang importante ito, kung ano man ang sabihin ng tao sa iyo. Okay, kung ano yung gusto ng tao. Pakinggan. Diba? Pag sinabi niyang trans siya, transgender person siya, by the way, don't say trans, you use transgender as an adjective. So transgender person, transgender individual. If she says that she is a transgender person, then you have to respect that. Pag sinabi niya, bakla ako, then bakla siya. Okay? Yun ang pinaka-importante, yung ating takeaway. Okay? Let's continue. Next. Next slide, please. Okay, so ngayon, papakita ko sa inyo, no? Kita nyo, no? Maaring pareho, gusto mo, ikaw ay genitally female, no? Babae ka, biologically, no? Pero at gusto mo babae, pero pwedeng iba ang gender presentation, no? Like for instance, may mga lesbians na femme, no? May mga lesbians naman na butch. Maraming klase. Pakita ko lang sa inyo itong itong kay Baby Ruth Villarama, no? Maganda, napakagandang documentary. At free rin ito, ha? Panoorin po natin. Yung clip.
Hello, Mother! Hello!
Kanina ka pa?
Hindi.
Matagal ang printing.
Siyempre, matagal eh. Ang una-unang pageant namin is Beauty and the Best. Yung babae beauty, yung less best. Ay, hindi pala yung Beauty and the Best. Una-una, chick boy pala. Kabisig chick boy. Puro mga less. Tapos, kumita kami nag-net income kami noon ng mga 19,000. Oo, mga 19,000. Tapos yung kinita namin na yon, ginawa namin, kung sino yung grupo namin na nangangailangan, like, may mga problema sila sa Pilipinas, yun pinapautang namin. Pero hindi ko naman pinangarap na yung ganitong bagay. Parang enjoy lang. Nag-i-enjoy lang. Pero tatanda ako pag wala akong ginagawa.
Siyempre, pag may ganyang trabaho, hindi naman pwedeng panurin ko lang siya, di ba? Sasamahan ko pa rin. Tapos, ang masaklap doon yung stress niya.
Wala kaming moment together.
No time for love.
Kasi
ganyan na siya.
pag Sunday, very busy ako.
1, 2, 3, go!
Baka may support pa kami. Ang tagal nyo kasi. Ayan. Kaya mo. Kinukuha niya yung ano.
Ayaw ko naman yan. Ito lang sa akin. Bakit?
Oche, oche. Hindi sila takot sa Jimmy. Kaya nga sa ganda. Yes, mami. Guys, perfume niya. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Tia. Kasi yung Sunday. Bye-bye. And Jay, happy birthday din.
Hindi, tatapos ang paalam mo, layas.
May mahabol na, Daddy. Camera na. Cinderella na. Cinderella na. Start din na babae.
Kasama niya ang kanyang Prince Charming.
Okay, no? Akbay naman po tayo sa ating partner, hindi ba? Take note of the of the roles, no? May daddy, mother, di ba? So hindi lang lahat ganyan, no? Maraming klase of relationships, no? Ito yung mga medyo traditional. Okay? So napakarami, no? At let's look at another lesbian film, no, from Samantha Lee, no? Baka bukas. Just the first minute lang of the film.
Hi guys, I'm Alex. I'm a writer, director, photographer, production designer, and social media manager.
Alex, ilan ba talagang trabaho mo? Well, for today, ito lang.
Today I'm gonna pitch a show called Manila Bay. It's about Andy. She's a gay girl trying to find love in Manila.
Lesbian?
Si Andy?
Bakit hindi mo sinabi sa akin? Best friend mo ko! Ano to, kahit magkasama tayo, babae yung gusto mo? Yep. Hello!
Right. So we can tackle relevant issues like coming out,
Coming out, is that still a thing?
Akala ko ba yung dahilan kung bakit nagtago pa tayo was because hindi alam ng mommy mo?
And what am I gonna tell my friends? Na may anak ako lesbian, pero wala namang girlfriend.
Hirap ma in love sa best friend, no?
Best friends? With Momoy?
I wanted to represent all Filipino millennials.
Akala ba nila cool sila dahil malaki yung t-shirt nila at saka hindi sila ngumingiti sa picture?
And I don't want to hang out with her. We shouldn't hang out with her. She wore a sparkly
Salamat
dress.
Okay, can you relax?
I don't think...
Okay. Gusto kong pakita lang na ang dami-daming mga lesbians, no? Ang daming mga images. As you can see, no? And dapat talaga, no? Dumami pa. No? Dahil hindi man lahat ay butch, no? Ang dami-daming femme, no? At ako point ko lang dito, no? Saan ka masaya? No? Nung bata pa ako, nakita ko yung mga bakla at nandun sa mga lalaki. Sabihin ko sa mga kaibigan ko, naku, walang mangyayari dyan. Okay, dahil maldita kasi ako eh. Diba? Hindi ko sila nirespeto. Dahil akala ko ako lang tama. Pero alam mo, may kanya-kanya tayong buhay eh. And within our own lives, no, we have the right, no, to love whomever we want to love, no. And I napakaraming questions, issues na alam mo kulang eh, hindi kaya na hindi mahirap sagutin, no. At sabi ni Dr. Cruz, no, nakaka-confuse ang mga long nails nila. Nakakaano, di ba, yung we have to look at, we have to respect, no, people's, sexual and gender identities, their presentations, expressions, lahat yan, no. Okay, dapat yun ang ating pananaw, no, plurality, no. Pero syempre, sana gusto ko makakita naman sa mga pang lesbians na medyo femme, no, kasi puro sa ating kultura, puro mga butch, no? Sana naman mas maraming mas may variety sana ang ating representation. At syempre makikita niyo yan sa librong Tingle, no? Ni Dr. ni Professor Joanna Cruz. Basahin niyo po ang Tingle, no? Available po yun sa Lazada. Mamaya na. Okay, so balik po tayo sa ating regular programming. Okay, next po. Okay, so back lang sa ating concepts, no? So problema natin sexism, the belief that one gender is superior to the other. Diba? Bakit kailangan babae mahina? Kailangan superior ang lalaki. Buwagin natin po yan. No? At transphobia or cis-sexism. Diba? Okay, these are, this is irrational fear and hatred and negative attitudes towards, transgender people. Diba, tingnan natin, no? Kung may homophobia, ano ba homophobia? Homophobia is the irrational fear. And I would like to emphasize irrational. Because, it's not a bakit ka makagahit sa mga lesbians, sa mga gays, no? Alam mo silang ginagawa sa'yo, di ba? Pero galit ka, no? Parang naanoan ka, no? Irrational talaga ang homophobia. Homophobia, fear of the same, no? In the same manner that we must combat homophobia and heterosexism, we must combat transphobia or cis-sexism. And of course, toxic masculinity, alam na po natin yung concept na yun. There's so much, no, in our world, no, na kailangan pa. Let's go now to the lesson. Next item, please. Or next slide, please. So, babalikan ko lang po na yung importante yung queer sa atin, sa mundo natin. No? So, how queer encompasses, no? So many things. Hindi na po ito babasahin dahil nabasa natin kanina. So, ngayon lang, parang reminder lang po, we are still working on, queer, no? As gender identity. Okay? Mas salimuot po yan, no? Gender, sexuality, lahat yan po ay sama-sama. Okay, next. So, dako na po tayo sa ating, pwede po mag-time check, i-message po po ako sa time check para alam ko po kung gano'n pa karaming oras ang meron ako, no? O minuto. Okay, lahat yan, no? Now, ito na po yung lesson natin, no? So, module number 2, no? Queerness as gender identity as usual, no? Kailangan sa ating lesson plan or module, palagay po ang ating course, no, 21st century literature siguro or any creative writing class for gender, di ba? For sexuality, no, grade level. Okay, itong tekstong ito, I think pwede sa senior high at pwede rin sa college. Masaya lahat ng mga tekstong ito, no? At ang duration ko para dito 3 hours. Dito nilagay ko, no, yung kwento ni Honore Bartolome. Kasi yung kay Paulo Sumayaw, tsaka kay Maki Torrecilla, magandang kwento, magandang mga text yan. Pero mas maganda i-supplement ko pa with another one. Kung ako tanongin, ha? Pero kung meron ka 1 hour lang, doon ka lang muna kay Torrecilla or kay Sumayaw. Pero kung meron ka 3 hours, if I were you, lagay mo si classic gay love religions. Okay, so prior background, no, as usual, kailangan meron tayong input on feminism or gender issues, no, para basta na ano yung mga bata mas makarelate. Ngayon, dapat tayo sa objectives ng ating class, no. Akin lagi, no, pag ako talaga gumawa ng lesson plan, lagi magkaakibat ang aesthetics at politics. Because without aesthetics, there is no politics. No? So at the end of session, students must define and discuss basic concepts relevant to the reading of LGBTQ literature, specifically queerness as gender identity. No? Number 2, analyze the literary techniques utilized in the text. Number 3, examine the politics of the text embedded in the text. Vis-a-vis, of course, the techniques utilized in these individual texts. And number 4, of course, akin lagi, meron dapat may activity, no, that will help them apply the concept. Dahil, hello, habang buhay mo bilang teacher ng high school or college, gaano karaming modules ba na gay or queer or lesbian ang matuturo mo? Hindi ba? Mahirap, bihira lang opportunity. So, kailangan mo ng i-maximize. Okay? Okay, so continue po tayo. Next slide. So, ano yung mga key points ko na naman, no? Carry over din yung kanina, no? Carry over, no? So, gender is an important part of who we are. We define for ourselves who we are, no, as gendered subjects. And we must learn to embrace and affirm our complex. It's important that the young are given, sorry pag-ulit ha, no? Ulit-ulitin ko po yan, no? That the youth are given non-sexist, non-sexist, okay, no? About, okay, gender identity and expression as well as sexual desires. Important yan. Basic. Continue po. So, yung nakita niyo po, no, yung video, yung poem, no, ni Paulo Sumayaw, no, yung mga bata nag-cosplay sila, no, mga Sailor Moon, di ba? Ano itong ginagawa ng mga bata pala? Kung hindi Sailor Moon, ano ginagawa nila? In fact, ito pa yung older version. So, ano ginagawa ng mga bata palagi, mga baklita? And you will see that on Twitter, no, and you know, various social media, no? Nag-view-con sila, di ba? Yung mga batang mga queer children, no? Queer children, sorry, no? Like doing this, no? Let's look at Pagdalaga ni Maximo Oliveros. This is a classic film that you must watch. No? Please play the clip. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and ladies. Presenting our Miss Euro pageant.
Mabuhay! Si Maxi from the 7,100 Islands of the Philippines!
This Philippines, what is love?
Love is...
Ikaw, ano ka ba magkaka-girlfriend?
Ba't hindi naman, Kuya Victor? Ayoko ng girlfriend.
Bakit pa? Simula ngayon, hindi ka na makakapagkita sa pulis na yun, ha? Ha?
Maxi, no? Gusto ko, mainhin, maganda, lambing, simple lang.
Okay, no? Salamat, no? Ang galing-galing ng Maxi, no? Because it brings to the fore so many questions about, sexual identities, no, in the Philippines. Okay ba baklita, kailangan bugbugin ng pamilya? In the film, makita mo, no, yung bata tanggap ng kanyang parents. Not parents, the father and the two macho brothers. Okay? At hindi porke mahirap yung bata, no? At yung kanyang ginagawang mundo ay miserable na ang buhay niya. Diba? This is against poverty porn. You have to look at this film in the context of, of the Broca social realist tradition in Philippine cinema. No? What does it add to the discussion? No? Hindi porke pelikula may mga bakla ay stereotype na, no? Kasi yung mga bata sabi sa akin, sir, ayoko tingnan na, puro bakla na naman, puro feminine. Ano ang problema ng pagiging effeminate, Iko? Right? You have to go deeper into the text, no? And how these films represent the bakla. Hindi mo pwede patayin ng bakla. Ano nga gawin natin? Tanggalin mga bakla sa media? Diba? What matters is the level, the complexity of the representation. And you will see, ang hirap handle nito, yung bata na in love sa police. No? And ang sakit-sakit sa ending, no? The boy will witness, no, the death of his father. And his beloved will be part of it. No? Hindi pa patayin ng kanyang beloved niya, pero nandun nanonood yung beloved niya. This child at an early age, or this boy rather, was forced to make a choice, no, between family and his great love. How will things unravel? Watch the film. Ang ganda-ganda. Hindi buo ang buhay mo, no, bilang Pilipino pag hindi mo ito napanood. No? Saludo ako kay Direct Pagdaisy at kay Michiko Yamamoto. At makikita natin yan sa ating topic na yun, yung mga bata na naglalaro bilang babae, hindi ba? So ano ang mga tanong natin? Sa next slide, please. Ano ang mga tanong natin, no, tungkol sa teksto ni Paulo Sumayaw? By the way, tingnan po muna natin yung no? Tingnan po natin yung mga linya. No? Pwede po magtanong, mag-volunteer. Sino po ba ang gusto? Okay, magbasa ng ano? Sino pang mag-volunteer po tayo, please. Basahin po natin yung excerpt. Okay, anyone? Bibayaan po tayo ni Lord ngayong Pasko. No? Sino pong gusto? Volunteer po, please. Turn on your microphone. Huwag po tayong mahiya. Dapat dito tayo makakapal. Oh, by the way, nirecommend ni Ian, Embradura, yung Hanging Out. Oo, tama. This is a very good series. No? I repeat, no? Hanging Out. Okay, sino gusto magbasa? Wala ba? Wala bang nakikita sa atin? Come on, anyone would like to read the text? Okay, or should I assign someone, including myself? No? Pwede pong magbasa. Okay, medyo nahihiya tayo. Siguro mamaya, no? We will find the courage, no? To read, no? To be more participative. Dahil sa totoo lang, 1 hour ang session, no? We don't have enough room for participation. So sana nga kung pwede tayo makapag-participate, no? Why not? Anyway, so ito po yung no, yung kain ko na lang po, no, yung first stanza lang, no? While waiting for, hindi ko mabasa mabuti. Attention na po, tingin ako sa screen, ha? Malabo mata ko, no? While waiting for a ride, let's talk because it seems it will take a while since they are digging up a road on Pili again. So, of course, makikita mo yung teksto ng mundo nito, no? Okay, yung mga bata naglalaro, no? May ina, yung Sailor Moon. No? So, ang tanong ko dyan, no? Let's go to the next slide. No? Maybe, no, we can ask our class, no? Next slide, please. No, we can ask the class, no, to explore the main allusion, no, to the text ng Sailor Moon, no? And, parenthetically, sa sarili ninyo, no, you have to explore, no, the possible implications, no, of queer children rather, identifying with female superheroes. Ano ba? Ano pa yung sabihin nito, no? Okay, and then of course, no, you must discuss the contrast and contradictions evident in the poem, no, Sailor Moon. I'm happy to note that Dr. Garcia and his team, no, in the packet, no, has already discussed that. No, meron siyang magandang paragraph dyan. Basahin niyo po, no? And what ideas about gender and sexuality in the Philippines and in specific sites, no, or locations can we draw from the book? Yun yung mga possible questions. No? Let's now go to the second piece. Ito naman ay yung from Gypsy, no? Meron bang lumabasa para ma-enjoy natin yung words ni Maki o Echilia? Meron po ba? Come on, wag po tayong mahiya. Kailangan makapal ang mukha natin, no? Bilang guro, dapat matapang tayo, no? At okay, so siguro pwede po pwede po Oli Bagsano, i-request ko kayo, no? Oli.
Hi po, sir.
Salamat, Oli. Thank you.
I come from many different places and I continue to travel like a nomad. Maybe because I like the idea of being a magical gypsy. But definitely, I came from the womb of my mother who never had a father for me. And I inherited a surname that is widely spread. I came from the blood of Sumakwel and Alayon, who settled in our place and bartered with Marikudo and Maniwantiwan. I came from a nurturing childhood filled with liberation, and I came from Hamtik, a quiet town in Antique, which gave me my first crown and a voice to stand up as a brave queer.
Salamat, Oli. Thanks. Bongga. Okay, tama? Napakasimple lang nung CNF kasi, no? Pero napakalaman. Malaman siya. No? So ano ba ang mga pwede natin discuss, no? Ako, no? Ako lang, no? This is me, no? Kasi syempre lahat tayo may kalayaan, no? Na mag-discuss, no? In our own way, no? We have our own specific ways of approaching it. Ako, no? I will ask the students, no? To discuss the specific details the author has given, no? To recreate her world. Know which Filipino practices, values, and concepts, especially those related to being queer, are explored in the text. No? And I want you to discuss the meaning of the symbolism, no, of gypsy. No? Ano ba talaga ang ng gypsy? No? Bakit gypsy? No? Ano yung why gypsy? No? Examine the details the author has presented in the final paragraph. Look at the order. Meron ba itong significance? And I would like you to look at the image of the crown at the end of the person essay. And comment also on the use of the word queer in this piece. Yung mga possible questions na pwede natin explore if we are going to use this class in our classroom. So let's go further, please. Yan, ito na yung ito yung, we now go to the canonical Filipino short story Gayla. Meron ba sa inyo nakabasa ng Gayla? Pwede po mag-raise ng hand? Okay, ano ba yung Gay Love? No? Gay Love, salamat, no, Mark. No? Nabasa mo yung kwento. No? Hindi ko kasi makita lahat, ha? Si Michael din nabasa na. No? Attention na po kasi maliit yung screen ko dahil I am using 3 simultaneous programs. No? I'm using 3 programs simultaneously. No? So, kaya mahirap, no? Hindi ko makita gaano yung mga audience, no? Anyway, yung Gay Love is about Benji and Mike, no? Si Benji ay yung out na gay, no? At si Mike yung na-meet niya sa NGO work, no? Na lalaki, no? Na may jowa na kami. At naging friends sila. And eventually, na-discover nila napalapit sila sa isa't isa. May time pa nga tinanong ni Mike si Benji. Pero kakaiba ang representation ni Benji. Ang bakla ba laging talunan? Ang bakla ba ay porky ba gay, dapat walang happy ending? What does it mean to be a lalaki? Ang mga lalaki ba bawal mag-express ng emotions? Ano ba yung mga pinagdadaanan ng mga lalaki? Quote-unquote lalaki sa tutunan. By the way, yung concept ng lalaki niya, kailangan explore natin. Bakit ang lalaki kailangan masculine? Ba't ang lalaki privilege? No? Sino ba ang lalaki sa kultura natin? May mga ganung konsepto we have to explore. Itong ang ganda kasi multiple points of view or dual first-person points of view. So, on the one, unang basita si Mike, kasi Benji, si Mike, si Benji, until finally nakikita mo, no? Through the use of the 2 points of view, no? That they are actually moving towards the same direction. And what is that? They're falling for each other. Let's go to the, at itong kwentong ito, ha, itong classic story na ito, ang talaga sabi ng, sabi ni Mike, no, nakakahiya na, iyakin mo, para akong bakla. Anong sabi ni Ben? Hindi porke bakla, iyak. Di ba? And what do gay men want? Sex lang ba ang gusto ng mga bakla? Sa kwentong ito, pinapakita that gay men, gays, want a meaningful relationship. And we deserve a meaningful relationship. Okay? Now, tignan natin, ano yung mga questions na pwede itanong? Pwede mo itanong. Pwede kong tignan natin. No? Okay? Back po tayo to the previous slide. Okay? How are stereotypes about gays addressed in the text? Discuss the lines or passages to prove your point. How does the use of language help delineate characters or strengthen characterization? Kasi iba ang boses ni Mike, iba ang boses ni Benji. Okay? Tapos ano pa? Okay? How apt is the use of multiple points of view or dual points of view to this point? Discuss the relationship between the bakla and the lalaki. And how does the story destabilize this dichotomy? How does the story question, okay, and interrogate that dichotomy and question our notions of the lalaki as well as bakla? Continue, please. Next one. Okay, so what do you think is Mike's sexual orientation and gender identity? Ito yung medyo magulo sa kwento, kaya ang ganda-ganda kasi ang daming pwedeng readings. Ito ba, si Mike ba ay bisexual? Si meron siyang Carmi originally, okay? Or si Mike ba ay lalaki na in love sa bakla? Di ba kasi yung primary natin, di ba? Yun ang existing relationships natin, di ba? Yung mga bakla at mga lalaki, no? Or at happy si bakla, happy ending si Benji, di ba? Or it's Mike transitioning to being gay. Okay? Ano talaga ang kanyang identity? Magandang explore din. Dahil napakasalimuot ng concept ng sexual. Sabi ko nga sa inyo, no matter what definitions, leave people. Okay? Let people assert themselves and their right to express their own self, their own inner selves. No? Because after all, these will change through time. No? You are allowed to self-identify anyway. Now, let me continue. No? Dalawang versions ito eh. Kasi yung original version niya is 1991. No? Sa workshop din namin ito. Sa UP yata ito, sa UP workshop. No? At mayroong version number, at yung version number 1 na yan ay ginamit para sa Lumbera Anthology. No? Philippine Literature, A History and Anthology, 1997, Angel Publishing. At yung version number 2 ay ginamit sa laglan. So magkaiba sila. Look at the endings. Sa klase ko, alam mo, ang saya-saya ng discussion when I asked them to compare these two versions, the endings. Ano bang nawala? Diba? Maari po tayo kanina may nag-raise ng hand din, hindi na pagbasa. Pwede basahin po natin yung ending. Gusto ko na talaga ma-enjoy natin yung words ni Nori de Dios. Please, meron po bang gusto ko basa? Pakisabi po sa akin, sa technical team, sino po nag-raise ng hand para ma-acknowledge po natin? Or kayo na po magtawag? Meron bang mag-volunteer? Basahin po ang two versions para makapahinga po ang aking boses. Okay, Mark. Yes, Mark. Focus, please. Okay, when I say focus, pahinga kayo lahat. When I say curtain, you begin. Okay, Mark. Focus, curtain.
Version 1 po. Mabilis ang takbo ng bus sa North Diversion Road. Nakatingin sa labas ng bintana si Benji. Alam kong nahihirapan siya. Kinuha ko ang palad niya at pinisil ko ito. Kung bakla rin ako, hindi ako sigurado, but does it matter? Version 2 po in 1994. Mabilis ang takbo ng bus sa North Diversion Road. Nakatingin sa labas ng bintana si Benji. Alam kong nahihirapan siya. Kinuha ko ang palad niya at pinisil ko ito.
Okay. Ano ang mas maganda in terms of aesthetics? Ano ang mas subtle? Because in fiction, there are things you need not say or you need not articulate because they are already evident. But take note, this is an LGBTQ text, diba? Where you have to tease out where it might be good to tease out, okay, certain categories, and it might be good to reveal more things about your character. Ang ganda ng mga discussions sa klase ko, no? Talagang nag-aaway yung mga bata. Hindi, one, hindi, two. Okay, ako, lahat kayo correct. Lahat kayo winner for sharing. Get me? Walang talo, walang ano, lahat kayo entitled, no? Marami, kita mo, ayan, oh, may version 2 po, version 1. Lahat kayo winner. As long as you come up with logical arguments. Okay? At lahat tayo alam natin, no? Na happy tayo, no? Kay Mike at Benji. Okay, continue. So, ito yung battle of the brains, sinasabi ko kanina, no? So, bagay na bagay ito for Benji and Mike's story, no? So, and for, you know, for Maki, for Chilia, and also Maya's deck, no? So, gagawa ka ng, ano, ng questions, no? Level, 4 levels, no? Comprehension yung una, syempre buzzer muna, una. Okay, when I say, who is the main character, who is the object of affection of Benji? Go! Okay na. Mike! Di ba, ng mga bata, nag-iyawan, okay, tapos level 2, interpretation. So you look at metaphors, you look at so many things, no? So discuss the importance or significance of this passage. What does it suggest about? Diba? Okay? Mga ganon, no? Tropes, figures of speech, techniques in fiction, and then level 3, characterization na. Diba? The mga higher level questions na. Diba? Talagang sisirin natin ang teksto. Diba? Dahil magandang himayin ang teksto. Kaya dapat talaga pag gumawa kayo ng lesson, mamili kayo ng teksto na i-probe ninyo. Okay? Tapos so ito na dito, dapat talaga, we need to arm them with the confidence to speak up. No? And literally, to do so. No? Kaya tayo may extended speech. Pero ending synthesis na, debate. Pwede mo pang pwede mo mag-variation dyan, ha? Pwede ka pang mag-cosplay, no? Dress in your dress as you know, dress up as your own best. Mga ganyan. So, or pwede maging view-con siya, di ba? So, ikaw ay Mr. ganyan-ganyan, Mr. Thailand, Mr. Maraming pwedeng variations. Okay? Importante, masaya, no? Ang activity. Pero, kailangan merong critical thinking. Okay? At may political dimensions, no? Ang ating lesson. Okay, next item please. Next slide. Okay, so ngayon, dadako naman tayo sa enrichment activity. Napakaraming pwedeng gawin. Sa akin, para sa inyo lang, itong gagawin ko, no? Ask the students to take a selfie wearing their favorite shirt. Yung shirt lang. Kasi di ba, how do we express ourselves? Our gender. Or our identity. No? Through the things we wear. Di ba? So, maaring ganun activity, no? Ang pangit ng title, patan nyo yan, ha? Best dressed as I am. Pangit ko, no? Best dressed na lang po yung title. No? Sorry, nagkaroon ng mali. Ang pangit, no? Best dressed. The best dressed me, no? You can rewrite it, no? So, ang point is, you know, they have to come up with a short write-up, no? And how does the shirt or blouse or whatever upper garment they want to wear, no? Represent them, no? Or which aspects of their identity, okay, does the clothing represent? Okay, so dahil may picture taking to, bawal po ang mga no? Upper garment po, ha? Upper garment. Yun lang po. Kasi, okay, very important. Okay, next. Okay, so ano ating mga possible, no, na rubric, no? Provides a clear pic. Siyempre, basic requirement lang yun, basic clear pic, and dapat, siyempre, the write-up, you know, should explore and explain clearly the relationship between the piece of clothing and the person's identity. No? And syempre, okay, hopefully, of course, affirming one's identity, right? And of course, the creative use of language. Kasi literature tayo, di ba? We have to acknowledge, no, the great, okay, use of language, di ba? Ang dami-daming, mga ideas na pwede ilagay, okay? Super winner, no? Ang daming activities. Okay, tingnan sa chat box, ha? Meron kay Dr. Joanna Cruz, ha? Okay, now, continue. Next item, please. Next, okay, so ang closing points ko, as usual, no? How do you, when you close the class, no? Gender is really about, you know, variety. Kasarian nga, sari-sari. Ang dami-dami, parang sari-sari store. Ang dami-dami, di ba? At pwede ka mamili. Okay? Self-understanding, self-identification, and expression are different things. But our attitude must be positive and affirming. No? Gender has to be understood in terms of its specifics, no? Time and place, culture, and its intersections with other nodes of culture. Kaya nga si ano, di ba? Basahin mo dapat, no? Yung pelikula na Maximo Oliveros, no? In light of our socio-economic conditions, in light of the filmic traditions in the Philippines, blah, blah. As usual, emphasis natin, empathy, understanding, hindi tolerance, acceptance, no? Iba yun, no? Willingness to change. Next point, next slide, please. Okay, no? So ngayon, mag-end ako, no? With, again, no? Designing lessons and crafting tasks in QL classes, no? Para meron akong ano sa inyo, meron kayong bit away, no? Ano ba yon, no? So kailangan natin, tingnan natin, no? Na okay, no? So syempre, no? We need to address issues of gender inequality, no? In the class, right? So that, you know, the stigmatized identities, you know, will be affirmed, no? And we must promote, no? Non-sexist and non-sexist values. How do you do that? Right? So queer literature is literature. You must not forget. Okay. Yeah. No. So do not forget the complex and multifaceted aspects and pleasures of reading literature. You always have to mix aesthetics with all. The medium is the message. After, right. Number 2, your approach must be queer, feminist, anti-homophobic, and anti-heteronormative. So in short, bukas ang ating isipan bilang mga guro para mabuksan ang isipan ng ating mga mag-aaral. Okay, mga estudyante. Use intersectional lens. Okay, at syempre use multimedia. Diba, mga kabata ngayon, diba, kung ano pinagagawa sa buhay, diba, puro mga Facebook, multimedia, okay, intersectional lens. Next, the informal lecture should still be there, no? Pero ano siya, no? Student-centered, no? Let them speak. Let them share. Let them voice their ideas. Dapat lahat sila matuto, no? Na ma-express ang sarili nila. Okay? Lectures are reinforcements. Kaya nga, di ba, ikaw, bilang teacher, yun ang role mo. To push them. To gently push them towards the right direction. Kung homophobic yung bata, kung mamumurahin. Impacto ka! Pupunta sa impyerno, leche ka! Walang ganon, no? You explain to them, okay, Iho, I have 3 books for you. Butler, Sedgwick, Calvary. Mga ganon ang drama. Okay, positive. Next, don't assign too many texts. Ito tayo kasi ambitious tayo eh. We want to give them too many. No. Less is more. Okay? Ulitin ko ha? Less is more. Gusto ko yung word less. Less is more. Okay? Text must be suitable to the learner's skills, schema, background knowledge, and level of maturity. May mga teksto mamubigay naman sa high school. Diba? Tingnan mo dapat, kaya ba nila ito o hindi? Yung mga medyo nakakatakot, mga postmodern, medyo baka pwedeng muna sa high level classes. Okay, next. Task must be fun, no? And doable. No? Hindi mo i-measure sa sarili mo. Kaya mo lahat ng teacher eh. Tingnan mo, kaya ba ng bata? At matutuwa ba sila? Okay? The task must be realistically timed. No? Kaya alam nila how much time do they have. Okay? Task must be, okay, next po, a mixture of individual and small group tasks. Una-una, pag lahat individual, mamamatay sa tamang papers, diba? So, kailangan mag-mix ka. Hindi lang yon. Dapat matuto silang mag-share ng kanilang mga ideas. Okay? Task must have clear instructions and, okay, a rubric. Ideally, may rubric ka. Kahit sa sarili mo lang. Pero mas maganda kung announce mo, class, ito ang hanapin ko, ha? O ito ang hanapin natin. No? Lagi natin, no? Sa klase. No? Para mas confident sila. Kasi hindi mo sabihin ng task para i-torture sila. Hindi. Di ba? Pag ang mga bata bumabaksak, may problema. At sinong problema? Ikaw! Ikaw, teacher! Dahil sa bumabaksak eh. Di ba? Kung isipin na, ay, ang galing-galing ko, puro sila baksak. Wrong attitude. Mali yun. Okay, next. Text must enable students to examine and think through social, real-world scenarios and problems. While critical thinking is the foundation of an effective queer literature class, you must go beyond that by putting it into practice. Action. Go for creativity and action. make students create and recreate. Okay, next, last few, natapos na po tayo. Don't worry, konti lang po ang ating attention. Konti lang po. Okay, help students reimagine the world. Yun. Ang sabi ng mga feminists, di ba? Revision the world. Tayo reimagine. Okay? Students must see that literature is about life. It's about their lives and about this world. Ang ending ko, no? Sabi nga nila, queering literature, no? Queering life. Diba? Literature, no? Matters. Only then will they realize, no? How blessed they are, no? To be studying, learning with you, as you are also learning with them. I want to end, no, with a simple video, no, from Starbucks. Play po natin.
Gemma Miller?
Gemma Miller, please come to room 4.
Hello?
Hello, am I talking to Gemma?
Hey, Dad. Hey! Carol, you remember my Gemma?
Gemma?
And what's your name?
It's James.
James?
Okay. Ano pa ang masasabi ko? Di ba? After that wonderful video. Muli, no? Ako po si Ronald Baytan, no? Isang LGBTQ teacher. Mapagpalayang umaga po sa ating lahat. Maraming salamat.
A healthier sense of self makes for a healthier person. Giving students the tools and knowledge to explore their identity and self-expression allows them to form a more robust idea of who they are and want to be. Part of this freedom is the family. A family's acceptance plays a key role in shaping the queer experience. Moving on to the third module, we will talk more about queerness and the family with our speaker, Dr. Joanna Lynn Cruz. Dr. Joanna Lynn B. Cruz is Professor of Literature and Creative Writing at the University of the Philippines, Mindanao. She has been teaching at the college level for 30 years. She holds a PhD from RMIT University, Australia. Her first book, Women Loving Stories and a Play, 2010, from De La Salle University and Anvil Publishing, is the first single-authored collection of lesbian-themed works published in the Philippines. In 2015, her stories were published as an ebook entitled Women on Fire. Her memoir about starting her life over in Davao City, Abinako or So I Thought, was published by the University of the Philippines Press in 2020. Her writing has received the Carlos Palanca Memorial Literary Award. Among the anthologies she has edited is Tingle, Anthology of Pinay Lesbian Writing, published this year by Anvil Publishing Incorporated. She was part of the teaching panel in the GlobalGRACE UP LGBTQ National Writers Workshop for Fiction in 2019. Again, Dr. Joanna Lynn Cruz.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We've had such a rich first two modules. And I'd really like to commend Dr. Ronald Baytan for laying down the principles of queer pedagogy for all of us. So I think the first two modules presented by Dr. Baytan really it's half the battle. No, because for all of us who are trying to incorporate the teaching of queer material in our classrooms, in our literature classrooms, those are really the basic principles, and it's important to be able to level off, no, on those basic principles before we delve a little more deeply into the literary texts themselves. No? So thank you, Ronald. I think one of the things that I have to add, no, about Ronald is he's really one of the the godmothers, fathers, how do you want to identify, what the godparents of the teaching of gay and lesbian literature in the Philippines, no? Kasi sa LaSalle, I think one of the first universities in the Philippines that actually offered a course on gay and lesbian literature, no? And that was the syllabus was created by Ronald, and that's why the wealth of knowledge, no, is there, no? And but today in this particular seminar, we're really cramming, no, all of those studies, no, and actual experiences in the literature classroom in an hour or 2 hours of our modules. So of course you have your participant kit, and you have the course outlines, and you have all the materials for you to study on your own time, no? But what I want to do for my module is really demonstrate my activity, so how it might feel like to teach it and to be in it. Okay, so I know that many of you must be teachers yourselves, and you have your own experiences in the classroom. I will not assume that all of you are queer, because of course we have our heterosexual allies, no, who want to help disseminate the message, no, of queer literature. So but I think what I want to point out is how important it is for me to be out as a lesbian teacher. And that's one of the things that I have discovered in my 30 years of teaching. Hindi masyadong obvious, no, na 30 years. O, dapat kasi nagte-take ng sabbatical ang mga teacher para nare-refresh, no, ang ating mga diwa. Na napakahirap yung walang break from teaching. So which is actually something that we are discovering today in the remote learning setup, na we're actually always teaching, wala na tayong break. Dati kasi nung face-to-face tayo, punta tayo sa classroom, turo tayo, paglabas ng classroom, pwedeng mag-rest. Pero ngayon nakikita natin, no, na because we're working from home and we're teaching online, it seems like everybody expects you to be on all the time, right? And ibang klase yung exhaustion nitong bagong mode, no, ng ating pagtuturo. So isa itong hamon na hinaharap natin ng sabay-sabay. Okay? So even though ako 30 years nang nagtuturo, or yung iba sa inyo ngayon pa lang nagtuturo, I think because of the pandemic, we're all new teachers, no? So we're facing the challenges freshly and hitting the ground running, actually. But one of the things that I'd really like to stress is that if you are queer and you are in the closet, it is detrimental to the students, because the message of the queer teacher who is in the closet is that it's not safe, no, to come out. But of course, some of you are teaching in Catholic universities or, very strict situations, if not necessarily Catholic. Because I remember when I started teaching, I started teaching in LaSalle, which is a Catholic institution, and it's quite liberal. So it was really a safe space for me to come out, as a young teacher. But not all universities are the same, and we acknowledge that. But it's also important to be out if you're queer and you're a teacher, because your classroom becomes a safe space for your students to explore their identities. So especially in senior high school, and college, this stage, as you know, as teachers, that this stage is identity forming, and the identity crisis, learning to understand about their who they are and their sexuality. And so it's just so important not to provide that safe space. And for me, as a lesbian teacher, I have been told by my queer students that that was one of the crucial moments in their education, when they felt that they would be seen. I see you, and I am showing myself to you for who I am. So it's not just the material that you teach, it is also who you are. You are your own material. So that said, I will admit that when I started teaching even women and literature and gender and literature subjects, I will admit that I was wary of teaching lesbian texts, because it was going to expose me as a lesbian. So may ibang layer ng coming out, aside from the fact na okay, alam naman nila na lesbiana ako dahil out ako, pero pag tinuro ko siya, ibang level of vulnerability, kasi pinapakita mo talaga yung sarili mo, hinahain mo yung sarili mo doon sa discussion sa class. Kung yung klase, syempre, hindi naman lahat ng estudyante natin ay queer, at hindi homogeneous, ang sampling doon sa classroom mo, it really makes us particularly vulnerable. So magandang mag-reflect, bilang teacher, kung handa ba tayo, na ihain ang sarili natin in that manner, because even when we're teaching other people's texts, we are always presenting ourselves for who we are, what we believe in. So it's a double-edged sword, I think. And but what I also want to say, for this particular module, I'll start sharing, is that, again, it's really quite a basic module. It's so important to start with that as well. So kami ni Ronald, so first your own identity, but your identity doesn't exist in a vacuum. It really is, it has to interact with the first space that encounters your identity and your sexuality, which is the family. So the module on family, if you're following the Likhaan page, of course, we hope that you've seen the teasers that the UP Likhaan Institute has prepared. So for the family module, this is the PubMat. The family is where we experience our first great love or heartbreak. So I'm sure you saw it, but let me just read the caption from the Facebook of the Likhaan page. It says, in the Philippines, where religious dogma and heterosexual families are the norm, queer children face the uncertainty of being accepted or rejected by their loved ones. Alienation and condemnation are some of the experiences that these children suffer suffer through in families where heteronormative traditions are strictly enforced. So the third module of the Global Grace webinar features 3 texts. We'll focus on 2 that go into detail on the queer individual's experience of family. Yan. So, and of course, all of us have experiences of family. So my first activity would be a poll. So let's launch the poll. All right, so sagutin natin. So there's 62 participants who are, or around 60 participants who will be allowed to participate in the poll. Just click here. It's just a simple yes or no. First question is, I grew up in a family with a father and mother. So conventional. Second question, I grew up in a non-conventional family. For example, I had separated parents, or I had step-parents, I had same-sex parents. Or other non-conventional families like grew up with the grandparents instead of the father and mother. Number 3, in general, I had a happy childhood. And number 4, in general, I had a difficult childhood. Number 5, I experienced some form of abuse from my family. For example, verbal, emotional, or physical. So we don't see your identity when you answer now. So please consider this a safe space. We will not call out people. The purpose of the poll is just to see the demographic, the family demographic. So okay, we can end the poll and show the results. Okay, can you see the results on the screen? This is quite interesting. Okay, so you're in this room. Okay, we got 47 answers. So I wasn't able to answer the poll, so I'm not in there. So I'm glad to see that 70% came from conventional families. And the impact of that is that if you came from conventional families, your conception or your ideas about family may be colored by the conventionality of your own families. Okay, so there's that. So we need to, I think, be self-reflexive about where we're coming from in our families. Second, okay, so number 1 and 2 would be similar results. This is just checking the reliability. So 28% grew up in non-conventional families. Okay. That's wonderful. Not to see that 83% of our teachers had a happy childhood. I mean, that's fascinating. I thought that unhappy childhoods like mine was more common. Okay, so for the answers number 3 and number 4, parang hindi nag-validate yung percentages. So, of course, hindi tayo nag-aaral ng statistics dito ng validity. May margin of error. Ano lang to, it's just to get a picture of the group. So some of you might consider yourselves still happy in your childhood, even though you had difficult times. That could be what accounts, no, for the difference, or for the kung bakit hindi mathematically that's similar na yung answers natin sa number 3 and 4. Okay, number 4, I had a difficult childhood, 60%. Difficult because of various reasons. So it could be many other reasons, but the 5th question is a question specifically about abuse in the family. About equal. All right, good. So these are things I think that a teacher should consider to find out the kind of, in general, what your class is like, in terms of the family background. Why? Because ngayon, di ba, may tinatawag tayong trigger warning. So kailangan, we need to tread lightly on certain matters like abuse. No? So kung ako, tinanong ko itong number 5, general, anonymous, no? So may sense ako ng, okay, kung almost half naka-experience ng some form of abuse, pwede kong i-calibrate, no, yung mga discussions ko as a teacher kung merong pwedeng matrigger. All right, so and ako, I'm very open. Okay, can stop sharing the form. In my own classes, I'm quite open about my personal life, my family background. So when the topic is family, I'm open about where I'm coming from. I also have written essays about my non-conventional family. Some of the students that come to my classes have read my work, which is also a different kind of vulnerability. So ikaw, hubad na hubad ka kung writer ka. No? So hindi ka lang teacher, writer ka din, tapos ang sinusulat mo ay non-fiction. So hubad na hubad ka talaga sa estudyante mo, lalo na kung nabasa nila yon, no? Lalo na kung tinuturo pala sa klase nila nung high school, yung essay na sinulat mo tungkol sa pamilya mo. So there's that other layer of complexity, which I think there's no easy answer. It's really up to every individual teacher how much vulnerability or honesty you want to show your students. But again, I must emphasize how important it is for the queer students, to feel that they're not alone. Okay, so the classroom is a kind of alternative family as well, no? So parang yung sa commercial ng bench na pinakita nung doon sa module ni Ronald, no, na nagtatago siya sa pamilya pero pagpunta niya sa school, ladlad siya, no? Bakla siya sa school pero sa bahay macho siya, no? Hindi niya maipakita kung sino talaga siya. And this is true for many students. I think you would be familiar with similar narratives. So I remember when I was in college, I had a classmate who was that. His father was in the military. So hindi siya pwedeng maging bakla kasi militar yung kanyang tatay. So talagang pag nasa bahay siya, lalaking lalaki siya, masculine siya, pero pag pasok niya sa school, bading na bading siya, no? And effeminate talaga siya. But when you come to think of it, and how difficult it is to have that kind of dissonance in your life, na at home, which is supposed to be where you really are, you are actually pretending to be someone you're not. And I think that's a form of abuse towards queer folk, no? So my position on this module is really that queer children suffer most of all in our families, no? So we learn to hide who we are through our families. And so, yeah, let me share my screen. So there, so the opening is, of course, through the door of the personal life, but then we take it now to the level of literature. Okay, so to show the classic, no, and this is really classic. I'm not making sip sip to Neil, our mother goddess, but this is really a classic in Philippine gay literature. To discuss the suffering that children experience in our families. No? So, are you familiar with The Conversion by J. Neil Garcia? Could someone summarize? So summarize na lang. So we don't have time to read the whole poem. It's a long poem. Patrick, could you tell us about this poem? What's the situation in the poem The Conversion by Neil Garcia? Yes, it's part of your college lit curriculum. That's great. So Patrick, could you briefly tell us the situation in this poem?
If I'm not mistaken, about the poem, it's about a boy who is having problems in terms of his identity. Hence, I think with the title, The Conversion, I remember during the time when we discussed this poem, this is in relation to, I think, one of Glock 9's song, Drum na May Tubig ang Sumisisid. So, that was how we created an intersectionality between music and the poem itself, so that at least more audiences can relate to the textual material.
So there's a child who is placed in a drum. Do you remember the situation in the poem? What happens to the child? Medyo matagal na ba nung nag-college ka, Patrick? Saan school tinuturo yung The Conversion?
Joanna, parang dated na kasi siya eh.
Hindi, pero eternal yan, yung The Conversion, ano? Kasi nga, dahil dun sa song na Sirena ni Glock 9, pupuntahan natin. Pero gusto ko lang i-clarify na dito sa The Conversion, 1995, was it 95, Neil? Or 92 when it was published?
Early yan
Around that time, no? In the early 90s. No, I actually have the PDF. No? So,
93, 94. Ladlad
yeah.
Ladlad. So, 93, 92?
It was published in
1994.
There you go. So please note that this poem by Neil Garcia was published in 1994. So long before Glock 9 came up with the song. Kasi parang ngayon, dahil nga popular culture masyado yung Sirena, para tuloy yung nalilito yung mga tao, sino ang nag-influence kanino. Pero nag-research ako ng mga interviews ni Glock 9, hindi niya nababanggit na nabasa niya ang tula na ito. But just want to
Pero
note.
Galing yan sa album niya na ang title yata, Mga Tula ng Makata or Mga Kanta ng Makata. So,
yeah.
I think, kasi ginamit yan in Aris yung name niya, no?
Aris Polisco.
He took up nursing or something like that. And I know that poem was required reading siya sa mga nursing schools or something. I think napasa niya yan.
Okay. Pero hindi niya ina-acknowledge sa mga public interviews.
Pop culture, inisip niya pop culture na lang siya. Okay na yun.
Popular culture. Kaya lang, gusto ko lang tip my hat, at the poem, The Conversion, which was the first, I think, instance that we saw the cruelty that gay children are put through when their parents cannot accept their sexuality. No? So itong batang ito, dilulublob sa drum. Tapos, so unforgettable in the way it's put in, girl or boy? girl or boy, and then ilulublob sa ano pag sinabi niya girl, no? It's a boy but sasabihin niya girl siya, tapos ilulubog siya ulit hanggang aminin niya na boy siya, no? So sabi niya sa tula na ito at there's a line that says, in the end I had to say what they all wanted me to say. So that's a kind of cruelty, you know, when you are forced to conform to what your family demands that you be. No? So kahit sa loob-loob niya, girl siya. So ngayon trans na yun, no? Hindi na siya gay, no? Yung bata na boy na ang tingin niya sa sarili niya ay girl, siya ay trans, no? Trans girl. Pero I think nung time na sinulat ito ni Neil, wala pa yung trans discourse, no? So tinuturo yung the conversion bilang gay, no? Male gay siya. So in the end, the boy conforms, and then the conversion, one of you mentioned in the chat box that the conversion happens when he, becomes a man and marries and has children. Okay, but at the end of the poem, it says, sometimes I sometimes think of the girl who drowned somewhere in a dream many dreams ago. I see her at night with bubbles springing like flowers from her nose. She is dying, and before she sinks, I try to touch her open face. But the water learns to heal itself and closes around her like a wound. I should feel sorry, but I drown myself in gin before I can. Better off dead, I say to myself, and my family that loves me for my bitter breath. We die to rise to a better life. I just really wanted to draw attention to how beautiful this poem is, and how you can still teach it today using contemporary lens. No, it's not like because it was written in the 90s, hindi na pwede ngayon. Pwede talagang basahin ngayon. And I want to highlight the irony in the line, we die to rise to a better life. If a teacher were heterosexual, the heterosexual teacher, and if the teacher were homophobic, you would say the last line means tama yung ginawa nung boy na pinatay niya kung sino siya. Diba? Kasi sabi dun sa poem in the last line, we die to rise to a better life. So it's dangerous. Yung sabi ni Patrick na, we read it in our college literature curriculum. Kasi di mo alam kung sino ang nagtuturo. Diba? So paano kung ang nagtuturo nito ay heterosexual, cisgendered, homophobic na tao? Whether it's a male or a female teacher. So dangerous. Because the last line is ambiguous. Okay? But if you're gay, if you're queer, and you're teaching it, you know what the line means. No? That the dying here is not killing the gayness of the boy, but the reaching for a vision for the future of the gay community. Because that's how I read it, no? So parang dito sacrifice yung ginawa nung persona, no, doon sa tula na yan, pero yung kanyang sacrifice dahil naging tula siya ay nagbigay daan para sa ibang mga bata na gay or queer na makita na hindi dapat pinapatay kung sino tayo. They see the difference, and it's really scary, no? Pagka hindi natin alam kung sino yung nagtuturo ng mga sinulat natin. Kasi,
Joanna, may I say something?
Yes.
I think that clearly the line is ironic, diba? Because what kind of better life is this?
That's true.
He becomes a drunkard like his father, and he becomes a wife beater. And so
it's clear to you. It's clear to you.
You are being asked by the poem to actually make that judgment call. You're right, no? And the judgment call is you have to choose what kind of life is better.
Yes.
Would that girl have been? Would that boy whose girlhood was drowned would that life have been worse than this life or better? If she had been allowed to live, if she had been allowed to become who she wanted to be, di ba? Compare that to this life now. Parang ganun
Yes,
natin ano.
yes.
And I think when I use the word conversion, I was really thinking of and the idea of being dunked in water. It's really it's my attack on religious intolerance in
Baptism.
a way.
Yeah.
Kasi it's baptism. You are being you're
Yes,
being
but we cannot
your old
invite
self
Neil
dies.
Garcia to our classrooms.
In baptism, the theology teaches us that your old self, your sinful self dies, right? And when you emerge
Yes.
from the water, you are a new life. You are reborn.
Exactly. Exactly. No, so yung siguro yung point ko dun nga is that if the teacher is not sensitive to the cues that are given by the poem, and in fact if the teacher is feeling antagonistic towards the point of the poem, which is clearly ironic, pwede siyang gamitin, no? Pwedeng gamitin against us. Lalo na kung nire-require, no, nasa curriculum kasi. So pwedeng depende sa teacher. So we're siguro as a takeaway, no, dito sa we cannot really, like I said, no, we can't invite the writers of the text to our classes to explain their work, and so we have to do it ourselves. And if we want to help the queer community deal, no, with particularly abuse in the family, in their own families, then we can use, no, these texts as an entry point. All right? So, yung intertext ay yung sirena. So, may brief lang ako na ipaparinig, no, a short clip, no, from Sirena by Glock 9.
Lumipas ang mga taon, nangagsipag-asawa aking mga kapatid. Lahat sila'y sumama, nagpakalayo-layo ni hindi makabisita. Kakain na po itay nakahanda ng lamisita. Akay-akay sa paglakad, pa isa-isang hakbang. Ngayon butot balat ang dating matipunong katawan. Kaya sa iyong kaarawan, susubukan kong palitan ng lungkot na nadarama. Wag na po nating balikan. Kahit medyo naiinis, hindi dahil sa nagka-cancer, kasi dahil ang tagapag-alaga mo'y nakadaster. Isang gabi ako'y iyong tinawag, lumapit ako sa iyong tabi, ikay tumangan. Kumapit ka sa aking kamay kahit hirap magsalita. Anak, patawad sana sa lahat ng aking nagawa. Di sinusukat ang tapang at ang bigote sa mukha, dahil kung minsan mas lalaki pa sa lalaki ang bakla.
Drum na may tubig ang sinisisid, naglalaki ang mga braso, sa'ki tumitiktik. Drum na may tubig ang sinisisid, sa patagalan ng paghinga, sa'kin kayo ay bibili. Ako'y isang sirena, kahit anong gawin nila, bandera ko'y di tutumba.
Wow. It's it is a powerful song, no? I mean, it's so well done, and and the video is also quite compelling, no? With the acting, you can really, if you had gone through a similar experience, you would empathize with it. But what I want to point out, no, about Sirena is that it was popular across sectors, no, and not just the queer community. Plus, hindi bakla si Aris Polisco, yung si Glock 9, na sumulat nitong kanta na ito. 2012, lumabas ito. It was really at the top of the charts. But what I want to point out, no, very quickly, is it really an empowering image of gay men in Philippine society? Particularly focusing on this last portion. Do you think that's a true reconciliation between the father and the son, the gay son? Oh, ayan, recitation. Christopher?
Hello po.
Yes, ay, sige daw. Is it Christopher or Aaron?
Christopher.
Oh, sige, Christopher. You said no, it's not a true reconciliation. Why not?
As far as I remember po, yung song ni Glock 9, natanggap lang yung bakla nung tinulungan na niya yung kanyang tatay na may sakit. Parang problematic sa akin yun, na parang may kailangan patunayan yung bakla para lamang matanggap siya at the end of the story.
Yes. Yes, no, that's one problematic thing. Nag-alisa na lahat ng mga kapatid niya, siya na lang ang natira kasi bakla siya, hindi siya nag-asawa. Kasi usually ganun, di ba? I mean, it's true among lesbians as well. Ine-expect nila na yung lesbianang anak, siya yung mag-aalaga sa magulang pagtanda. And you know, I have friends who are like that. Okay, kasi ano sila no, hindi sila nag-asawa, hindi nagkaanak, so therefore, ang role nila sa buhay ay mag-alaga ng parents na elderly. Okay? And minsan gusto nating gawin yon, di ba? I mean, kung mahal natin yung parents natin, gusto natin silang alagaan, pero dito sa kanta na to and in other families, naiiwan yung gay na child, queer child, nag-aalaga ng elderly parent, tapos saka pa lang siya patatawarin. Kasi wala na siyang choice dahil kailangan niya na may mag-alaga sa kanya. So parang hindi siya totoo na reconciliation. Yes, John Lloyd, raising your hand.
And hello po ma'am, magandang umaga po. Ang isa po sa aking pagsusuri din sa awitin ni Glock 9 na Serena ay yung mismong metaphorical nung Serena, no? Na ito ay, alam naman natin, nilalang ito na may kalahating isda at kalahating tao. Na ang naging focus noong kanta ay hindi nabigyan focus ng kanta yung pagkakaroon talaga ng sariling identidad at kakuhan ng bakla, no? At pinanatili pa rin yung kategoryang Serena doon sa awitin.
Yes, correct. No, thank you, John Lloyd. John or Lloyd or John Lloyd. Magandang i-point out din yun, no, na even outside of the family context, yung mismong central metaphor na ginamit na ang bakla ay sirena ay hindi necessarily liberating, no, para sa mga queer folk or sa mga bakla, no, kasi hindi siya tao in the first place, no, half human, half fish, and so pwede siyang basahin na hindi tao ang tingin sa mga bakla, no, dahil sa central metaphor na sirena. So, pwede natin i-discuss pa yan. Tomorrow, meron akong module sa mythology, the Queerness and mythology, kung saan babalikan natin itong sirena na ito. No? So, lahat ay magkakaugnay. Okay? So, iugnay natin yan kung paano natin pwedeng gamitin yung imahe ng sirena in an empowering way. Okay? Pero dito sa kantang ito, I think mag-a-agree kayo na hindi, no? Hindi siya empowering. Bukod sa yung mensahe na kahit anong gawin nila, bandera ko'y di tutumba. Parang ang expectation sa atin ay dapat lagi nating pinaglalaban kung sino tayo. Hindi naman natin hinihiling yan sa mga straight, 'di ba? Hinihiling ba natin yun sa mga heterosexual na kailangan ipaglaban nila yung mga karapatan nila bilang mga straight? Hindi, di ba? Pero bakit yung mga bakla, mga lesbiana, mga bisexual, transgendered persons, kailangan natin laging itataas yung bandera? Nakakapagod siya, sa totoo lang. Di ba? So sana minsan, kung pwede nating ipahinga, ibaba yung bandera. Hindi natin kailangan laging pinaglalaban at laging kailangan nating to resist, no, against the oppression. Sana dumating yung araw na yon. Pero dito sa kanta na to, parang ang hindi niya pinopromote yung ating paglaya, no? Or even yung magpahinga tayo na doon sa kailangan nating laging patunayan or kailangan nating magsilbi sa mga pamilya natin. All right? Of course, I know marami pang gustong sabihin. So doon muna kasi ang gusto talaga natin gawin ay pagtuunan ng pansin yung bagong tula, no, galing kay Alfonso Manalastas, no. So ito'y yung tula na Heritage ni Alfonso Manalastas na may kopya kayo. Pwede natin gawin ay may pre-reading activity tayo kung saan as usual tatanungin natin yung mga students, no. So what their parents taught them about, you know, being a man and a woman based on what they did. Okay, so behavior, hindi yung ano yung sinabi tungkol sa what it means to be a woman, but ano yung ginawa. no? So, in class, you would do breakout rooms. Pero dito sa atin ngayon, wala tayong time, no? Talaga na mag-breakout rooms. So, maghingi lang ako ng isang halimbawa, no? So, I would group them in odd-numbered groups, magbibilangan, tapos yung mga odd, sasagutin nila yung sa mother side, yung mga even, sasagutin nila yung sa father side. Okay? So, hingi lang ako ng isang example sa grupo natin ngayon. Sharing lang. What did your mother teach you about being a man or woman based on what she did when you were growing up? Who would like to answer that? Frank. Sige, Frank.
I guess,
Ayan,
hello.
naka-on yung video niya, kaya alisin ko yung share ko. Ayan.
So I guess one thing that, well, I grew up with a single mom, so I didn't have any, I never really grew up with my dad. So I guess what my mom taught me with what she did was that she was a very strict, but also powerful woman. In that she did everything. She made sure that she did her job well and that she prepared for everything. And she was a career woman, so it kind of showed what it was like to be someone who's like that, to be a mother who is like that. So I guess I was a model for what she showed me to be a person. I'm not sure if it's to be a man or to be a woman, but it was to be a person, I guess. So that's.
So do you feel that it wasn't a gender thing? Since you mentioned that it taught you about being a person, it wasn't particularly striking for you as a gender matter?
Yeah, I think it wasn't really a gender matter, because I grew up with an all-female household. My mom, my lola.
Okay.
So I never was exposed to what it means to be a man, because most of the male figures in the household were visiting, titos, among other things. So it wasn't really a gendered kind of thing. It was more like what it was to be a responsible adult,
Right.
gender neutral adult.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Thank you, Frank. So I think that would be a non-conventional answer to this particular activity, no? Because in the Philippine family, we would hear more conventional answers, no? But we welcome. We need to be prepared, no, for those non-conventional answers. No? So I like that Frank opened this this session with that, no, this particular activity with that insight about his non-conventional family. All right, so we will hear others, no, if we were doing actual breakout groups. So thanks, Frank. Can we have an answer for the father side? Who would like to share about what your father taught you about being a man or a woman based on what he did? Walang nagre-raise ng hand. Someone who came from a conventional family? Leo Ben. Sige.
Hi. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. So, I grew up in a conventional household. But since it's coming from the father side, it's more on the conventional notion na kailangan mo magpatuli. It's part of it. Kailangan mo magpatuli kasi hindi ka magiging tunay na lalaki pag di ka tuli. Kasi kasi bata ka, kailangan matutokso ka, and I think it's part of the protective side ng pagiging tatay ng tatay ko is he has to promote that as well. Kasi he doesn't want in matokso, 'di ba? In a way. But then what I think the best way na naituro sa akin ng tatay ko being a man is whatever I do, it will reflect on my family, right? It will reflect on whatever I do. It will reflect badly on my mother. It's always like that, right? Because everything that he does, he will always say na ano, and he's working for us because he respects my mother. So if I'm not I'm disrespectful, I'm disrespecting my mother. So that's in that way I I admire him as a man, but in a stereotypical way, yun nga po, di ba, sa how he dictates kung paano ako nakikita ng ibang tao based on how I act as a man.
Yes, thank you, Leo Ben. I think what you raise, opposite talaga siya nung kay Frank, no? Yung sa'yo very strongly gendered, yung pag tinuro sa'yo ng tatay mo. So just to process that, so in class, so nag-breakout rooms na sila or nag-group work sila in face-to-face, kailangan mo siyang i-process, no? So magkakaroon ng konting plenary reporting, no, sa class sharing, yung bawat grupo na nag-discuss, then what the teacher has to do is of course synthesize, no? So yung kay Leo Ben, gusto ko lang i-stress doon na yung example niya yung tuli. And I think that's a strong trait in Philippine culture, yung napakahalaga nung phallus, no? Para kung lalaki ka, ang identity mo nakakabit talaga doon sa iyong penis, 'di ba? So hindi mo so pag hindi ka nagpatuli, hindi ka lalaki. No? So sa Binisaya tawag dito doon pisot. And it's really used as a derogatory term for boys. So kung ikaw ay ikaw ay lalaki, tapos hindi ka pa natuli, talagang tingin sa'yo ay you are half a man, no? Kasi pisot ka. Yan. So, yun magandang i-point out yun na napakahalaga para sa patriarchal culture yung penis ng lalaki. Alright, so ngayon ang gusto natin gawin ay i-connect yun doon sa tula ni Alfonso Manalastas. Okay, so nag-sharing na kayo. And then pupuntahan natin yung tula ni Alfonso Manalastas and we will read it aloud. Okay, so because poems really should be read aloud and should be heard. Okay. So binasa natin, meron siyang kopya sa PinoyLGBTQ.com na website at meron din siya of course doon sa actual Busilak na anthology. So I would of course doon sa tula makikita nyo na yun nga, no, the persona talks about what the mother did, what the father did, and how all those things that mother and father did served to rewrite him. Okay, so he says in the poem, I am muted and bleached, hands heavy with pristine precision. I am still being rewritten as we speak. And what is it to rewrite but to erase? Such powerful lines, no? So what you can discuss in class is in what ways is the queer child's persona being rewritten or erased by family heritage? So dito, clearly, conventional na yung pamilya. So yung swerte si Frank kasi hindi conventional yung pagpapalaki sa kanya. So hindi yun yung i-focus natin kasi the rewriting of the queer child's persona is done mainly in conventional stereotypical Filipino families. All right? So who wants to explain? In what way is the queer child's persona being rewritten? First rewritten, and then of course by being rewritten, thus erased by what the family teaches him. Okay, raise your hand. Anyone? Come on. Na-erase ba ang pagkatao mo kung queer ka bilang bata? Paano ka na-rewrite? doon sa loob ng pamilya? Amiel?
Hello po.
You don't feel that you are rewritten in your family?
Based on my experience po in yung pressure ng pagpapatuli, being like I was already suspected of being gay by my family, and the only way I could prove to them that I'm not gay is to undergo the procedure, and not the medically facilitated one, but the one where you have to, kailangan mong tumubog sa ilog, and then you have to be around all these boys, and it's so uncomfortable because I'm not used to that, and I think that's at that time I didn't feel like I was myself. I felt like I was robbed of the decision to because yun nga po it's yung pagpapatuli, it's really a rite of passage to being accepted as a man, and if you don't do that, usually there's violence in because I come from a family where the men are really assertive of their position as the heads of their own units. So it was really like I felt like I was being I was not given a choice, and I didn't exercise my agency as a person on making that decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that, Amiel. So that's exactly the point, no, of the poem, that the child's queerness is rewritten by being forced, no, to do things, no, without their own agency. Okay, so parang wala kang choice, di ba, na kundi gawin yung mga bagay na yun dahil pinipilit ka, no, within the context of the patriarchal family, of course, no, and all families are different, but we're speaking, of course, of the traditional patriarchal Filipino families, and so the queer child, is erased. Okay, but what is powerful, no, about this poem by Alfonso Manalastas is by the end of the poem, the consciousness of the child awakens to his own power. Okay, so yung agency na nawala sa kanya dati dahil wala siyang choice doon sa, bata siya maliit pa siya, wala siyang control, dependent siya sa family. By the end of the poem, you know, the development of the persona's consciousness when he writes, "And in a corner of a room, the ink drips steady, foaming at the mouth of a boy learning how to speak." Okay, so in my class, I would spend more time focusing on this positive aspect of the poem rather than on the negative aspect, yung erasure ng queer identity. So now I would like to ask you, how can a queer child learn to speak his or her queer identity within the context of a family without having to graduate from college and, you know, leave the house, no? Without having to leave the family? How can a queer child learn to speak? What do you think? MK?
And po, good day po, ma'am. No, I think po, sometimes po kasi when children are growing up with their family, the thing is the parents are always amplifying their thoughts on their children. That's why whenever we observe children po, no, they always say na, my mom said like this one, my father said like this one. So their thoughts are amplified through their children. But I think reading is that powerful that sometimes when children ought to read different literary pieces, different world, they get to know different varieties of information, and they get to have their own identities in what they read. Quoting Gibran po, no, parents, ayun po, quoting Gibran po na parang, your children are not really your children, they are their own individuality. So whenever when we let our children read different books, we let them travel different worlds, we let them know different personalities, they get to know their own identities.
So for you, learning how to speak, yung sa poem ni Alfonso, learning how to speak, for you is learning how to read.
Yes po, ma'am, as a macro skill.
Okay, excellent. No, so that's one approach to it. No, we empower ourselves as queer children. We empower ourselves by educating ourselves. So if our families are not going to educate us about our queer identities and sexualities, then we will educate ourselves. No, so for MK, perhaps based on your own experience, your reading of materials about queerness empowered you and taught you, maybe later on will of course also give you the confidence to speak up, literally speak up, no, against your parents. Karen wants to say something. Nakamute. We can't hear you.
Okay. Yes po. It's not my experience, but then when I was a kid, my best friend po akong bading. Elementary pa lang po kami. And he knows so well that he is bading. And he's being teased. And what he does po is that talagang pinaglalaban niya yung kanyang sarili. Sinabi niya na, ginawa ako na ganito ni Lord. Ganon siya.
Yeah.
Kasi I think sa school po niya nakukuha yung bullying, but at home, he was accepted by his father. And because of that acceptance, yes, oo. So, because of that acceptance from his father, he speaks for himself and say na, ganito ako ginawa ni Lord, so I'm a gay. Ganun siya, pinaglalaban yung kanyang sarili. So that was like in the 1990s in elementary. So sabi ko, bilib na bilib po ako sa kanya kasi at that time kahit na bigger boys yung nambubuli sa kanya, he speaks for himself, and until now he is baklang-bakla and he is a successful businessman. And siguro kung yung acceptance nagsisimula sa family, mas madaling i-voice out talaga ng mga bata yung kung sino sila.
Right. Yes, thank you, Karen. Thank you for ending our discussion on that positive note. Actually, kasi time's up na ako. So, magandang mensahe, no, na merong mga pamilya na accepting. Okay, so sana makita nyo yun sa mga classroom nyo, no? So si Karen has that example, and yeah. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, I'm really glad to hear it.
I have to note po that we are from the Cordilleras, and in CAR, hindi po madaming pamilya yung ganong accepting sa mga anak nilang gay at mga les. Yes po.
Oo, no, so parang exception siya, you mean? Okay, so kaya nga, so kung meron tayong makukuhang mga example na exceptional, pwede natin i-highlight natin. So na hindi lahat ng Filipino families ay oppressive or abusive sa queer children, at meron din namang mga accepting. Of course, I cannot speak for myself, na accepting yung pamilya, pero dahil may example si Karen, magandang tandaan yon. Alright, so wala na akong time. Meron pang isang tula, yung Remembering the Farm by Thomas Leonard Shaw, who is actually with us today. So gusto ko lang i-flash ito, wala na tayong time, na yung activity ko doon sa poem ni Thomas Leonard Shaw na Remembering the Farm focuses on the image of the absent father. Kasi sabi niya sa tula niya, perhaps this has always been the story of my father, a traveling of distance. Okay, so one of the common experiences of male gay children is that their fathers were absent or distant, or in the worst cases, abusive. So itong poem na to, pwede siya dun sa activity na individual, na susulat ng reflection ang estudyante about what is the story of your father. Okay? Because the story of your father is actually your own story as a man or as a woman, no? Because that is our first social formation. All right? So may supplementary text pa tayo dun sa si Christian Tablasan has a novel excerpt. It's beautiful. I think it would be difficult to teach in the classroom kasi it's only an excerpt of a novel, longer piece. So, but please read it because it's really beautiful and well written. And then Ronald has a beautiful essay in which he himself writes about how he came out to his family, which is Chinese, Filipino Chinese. No? So that's also in your kit. You have copies of Pua Iyam if you want to use that. And from the Tingle anthology of Pinay lesbian writing, we have a young writer, Krista Melgarejo, who allowed us to use her essay stopovers if you need a lesbian text. No? So this is now a lesbian, a young lesbian telling the narrative of how she came out to her family. Okay, not all families are accepting, but I think for myself, as a lesbian myself, eventually they accept it. Patigasan na lang. Di ba? Minsan gano'n na lang. Talagang itatayo mo talaga yung bandera mo. Kasi it's either one or the other, right? So it's either masusunod ang mga pamilya doon sa ini-insist nila kung ano ka, or ikaw ang masusunod doon sa kung sino ka talaga. And so sometimes, I mean, if your family were really family, which the foundation of which is love, then they should eventually accept you. If they don't, then you can find your own families. So this is how I'd like to end the family module with our gay anthem. Please play the clip from the song, which everybody knows, We Are Family.
Our golden rule. Have faith in you and the things you do. You won't go wrong. Oh no, this is our family jewel.
All right. Thank you. Have faith in yourselves and create your own families. If you can't have this acceptance in your own families, you can make your own. We are family. Thank you very much.
There is no one way to determine what a family should be like, but I think we can all agree that love is essential to a family. Thank you to our speakers, Dr. Ronald Baytan and Dr. Joanna Cruz. Now, we are opening the floor for a short Q&A to be facilitated by Dr. J. Neil Garcia.
We have very little time actually for a Q&A because our first two presenters had very rich modules and hindi naman nasayang yung oras at talagang ang dami nating natutunan, no? Siguro yung just to reinforce the final message of Professor Cruz, I think that we should mother and father ourselves. In case, you should parent yourself, no? Because there's a child inside you pa rin. Now that you're grown up and that child needs the kind of love and care that you never really got, then you be the one to parent your inner child yourself, no? And of course, tama rin si Joanna, make your own family. Find your own family, no? Because family is not just rooted in biology, no? Family is also rooted in affection, in mutual responsibility, and that can be found in other people, no? Perfect strangers, sometimes, no, can be wonderful friends. So I'd like to open the floor now to a discussion. I supposedly should do a synthesis. Wala nang oras. Gusto ko na lang pong hayaan kayong magtanong. Siguro po 3 katanungan sa ating mga participants, no, tungkol sa ating 3 module na narinig. Meron po bang gusto magtanong?
Hello.
Sige, sino siya? I'd like to know. Nasa chat ba yung ating name?
It's
okay. Frank, you're the one. All right, Frank, go.
Okay, I guess perhaps when it comes to teaching this, how can we also prepare ourselves, no, when it comes to uh, like the children, the parents of our students, especially the very concerned parents. How do we deal and how do we prepare for that as teachers if we are lucky to be in an institution that is open to us teaching this queer lit? How can we prepare parents for this, or how can we deal with concerns of the parents, especially those in senior high school?
So mutual sharing ito, no? We have two speakers, presenters who can answer, or also each other, no? Anyone here with an experience already on how to deal with parents bringing up a concern, no, with probably the supervisor or the principal regarding lessons being taught in a class, no, where they have a child enrolled. So kung meron tayong experience na pwedeng ma-share, kasi si Professor Cruz at Professor Baytan at ako ay mga teacher ng college. At siguro mahirap nang magkaroon ng ganung, hindi na likely na magkaroon ng sitwasyon na may parent na magrereklamo, no, tungkol sa sa choice of readings, no. Pero sa high school pwede talagang mangyari 'yon na merong parents, no, na magko-complain, no. So kung meron po kayong experience dito at maaari niyong i-share, or yung ating speakers na dalawa kung meron silang advice na maaring bigay kay Frank, no. Halimbawa, ang situation ni Frank parang okay yung sa supervisor, okay sa curricular head yung choice of readings mo, so ginamit mo, pero meron kang nagreklamong parent. So anong gagawin mo? Damay-damay ba? Kasama ba yung supervisor mo sa mag-explain? Kasama ba yung principal sa mag-explain? Etc. Hindi namin na-foresee ito ng konti, pero sinabi na to kanina ni Professor Cruz at nasabi rin ni Professor Baytan na may political position ka na i-adopt talaga if you want to teach queer lit. So you have the courage of your own convictions, more or less. Pag pinili mo tong tekstong ito, pwede mo tong ipaglaban, no? At ipaglalaban mo ito siguro gagamitin mo ang pamantayan na hindi pwedeng ma-debate, no? Ano yung pamantayan na yun? Literary merit, di ba? For me, ako na sumagot ng konti. So kung meron kang argument to present to a concerned parent, it has to be the argument that the parent, who is conservative and probably homophobic, will not be able to argue against. And that is really literary merit. At yun ang ginagamit ng pamantayan ng mga paaralan, di ba? Sa pagpili ng mga teksto. So yun lang yun. For me, ako yun, kung nasa sitwasyon mo, Frank, yun ang aking point of attack, di ba? It's basically you chose the text because it is a very good example of a short story, and you're trying to teach your students what short stories can do and what they're about, no, and how they work. Of course, the content is something else, no, and that's probably where you can, I don't know, get the support of your supervisor. Kasi pag na-argue nyo na literary merit, mahina na yung argument na iba di ba? So let's listen to Professor Cruz and Professor Baytan.
Pwede ako gusto lang idagdag, no, na actually nakalagay naman sa sa DepEd mo, no, gender inclusivity, di ba, number 1. So you can argue the legal way, di ba? Nandiyan po yan sa sa ating memo, memorandum, ganyan. Kailangan pong ituro natin, di ba? Number 1. Number 2, pwede mo rin sabihin na bukod doon, no, kailangan din natin sabihin sa mga ito na yun wala ako, sorry ha. Yeah. So yung legal means, no, ang kailangan, no. Pangalawa, ako naman, kung ikaw ay talagang kailangan talaga palabang ka. 'Di ba? At ako naman, nangyari sa amin 'yan, no. Ako bilang share before, may mga you will definitely encounter problems or stumbling blocks. Kailangan malakas ang loob mo. 'Di ba? Kasi meron kang right, no, member, 'di ba? At pangalawa, SDG goals 'yan, 'di ba? Yung mga women empowerment, lahat 'yan, 'di ba? SDG, if you are living in the 21st century, no, you have to look at the larger picture. Meron bang institusyon na nakapayag na maging homophobic? No? Definitely, wala mag-announce na homophobic kami. Right? So, lahat tayo, no, in principle. no, ay makikisama. Hindi lang sa environment causes, no, pati sa usaping gender. So yun ang sigurong ipapasukin ko. Pero number 2, structural din, no, na kailangan talaga, ako yung supervisor, ako yung principal, supportahan ko yun. Di ba? Malas ka kung hindi ka sinuportahan, pero ilalaban mo yun. Kaya talagang may precarity, may precariousness. Talagang may sugal, may laban. At meron din namang tayong makukuha. Di ba? So kailangan talaga kalakasan lang ng loob. Diba? Tsaka kung maganda naman yung pagtuturo mo diba? At sabi ko nga, sabi nga ni Dr. Garcia, Professor Garcia, diba? Yung talaga, literary merit. Diba? Literature makes us human. Right? And literature liberates. No, yun lang po sa akin. Salamat.
May ano pa nga, may maganda tayong nag-message, no, from Ella, who's expressing a similar sentiment with as Frank, no, na kahit na nga meron kang students who actually want to read queer material, magkakaroon ka ng situation na meron namang other students who will actually accuse you of pushing the queer agenda, di ba? So it's a matter, I think, of presenting the material in holistic fashion so that they will see that it's not just the queer agenda. I mean, if there's such a thing, no, you're actually pushing the equality agenda. So hindi lang queer, kailangan may diversity rin yung ating mga teksto, no? At yung mga readings natin na queer, hindi lang sexuality ang pwede mo pakita di ba? Mapapakita mo ang class, mapapakita mo ang culture, ang history, etc. At rich yung reading dapat na hindi pwedeng i-boil down to just that, no? Para don't get it pinned down to just that, no? But as we've been saying, the intersectional approach pluralizes, no, the signification, the meanings, and interpretations we can get from the readings of the text, no. We have a new comment, or someone wants to say something. Second, si Isabel Cruz, Maria Isabel Cruz. Can you please speak?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning po to our panelists. This is a very interesting and ang ganda-ganda po nung ating session. Per session pa lang sobrang ganda na. Siguro hindi po ako member ng LGBTQ or what, but I have so many friends and mga alaga ko po ng mga estudyante ko. Ganyan. So ang akin po kasi is I'm taking PhD in English Language and Literature. And yung po talaga, ito talaga yung gusto ko sana nagawa na. Malapit na po kasi ako mag-dissertation. I want to write about queer literature. So yung question ko po is, mayroon na po ba tayo mga studies na katulad po nung concern kasi ni Sir Frank kanina, yung pagtuturo ng queer lit sa basic ed. So kung meron na po bang studies na about queering the secondary literature, secondary education literature na available po ganyan. Meron na po kaya na-conduct na gantong studies na
for me, wala pa akong alam na local study on educational interventions in the Philippines, no? As far as GSC is concerned. Pero itong Project GlobalGRACE na patapos na, actually nag-generate kami ng research material and we're gonna probably we can anticipate na magkakaroon ng research and studies about what we have done. And so malaman natin, kayo ang aming guinea pigs in a way. Tingnan natin if maisingit ninyo sa inyong mga classrooms, smuggle in, di ba talaga? This is medyo, how do you call that? The metaphor is to smuggle it in, di ba? Smuggle in to your readings, into your syllabi, some of the material that we will be discussing in the seminar, and we will see. Pero marami na sa States, marami ng studies on queer pedagogy sa Amerika at sa ibang lugar, no? At maaari natin tignan din, ma-inspire tayo sa experience nila, kahit na as Professor Baytan said, iba-iba ang mundo ng queerness, no? At yung sarili nating queer ay iba rin. The Filipino queer is not the same as the American queer. Kasi yung Filipino queer natin, meron siyang hybrid siya ng bakla, ng tomboy, ng lahat ng mga identities natin, and other things besides, no? Professor Cruz might have an experience regarding pedagogy na kung meron kang alam na maybe intervention na or nag-research na into this? Maybe in lesbian
Wala pa
merit?
sa Philippines. Hindi ko pa siya nakita sa Philippines. So yung mga nagdi-dissertation ngayon, yan na, alam nyo na kung ano yung gagawin nyo. Kayo na ang gumawa. Kasi
Isabel,
wala pa.
yan gumawa niya, oo. At kasi si Professor Cruz, alam na alam niya ang literature ng lesbian writing, no? At nag-research na siya at alam niya meron talaga all over the world, meron ng queer pedagogy research. Sa atin, wala pa. Ngayon pa lang magsisimula. Sana.
At saka may na-cite si Dr. Baytan dun sa kanyang presentation. May link daw na nakalagay dun sa isang article about queer pedagogy. So, silipin na lang yun.
There was a collection in the 1990s na ginagamit ko Untitled niya, Essays by Queer Professors who were in the 1990s smuggling in the queer agenda, di ba? Into their university classrooms. Ang title ng anthology, Professions of Desire. Professions of Desire. So talagang professing desire in a classroom, di ba? At doon ko yung nakita yung the risk that you take, no? Talking about, in the 1990s, talking about sexuality, no? Kasi talagang ibang-iba pa yung konteksto ng 1990s, no? With the AIDS crisis and everything, it was very difficult, no? For professors to mainstream sexuality and gender studies. No? So we have room for one last question before we go for a break. Mahaba at napaka-rich ng ating morning session on the first day. At lahat tayo ay nagugutom. At ako'y gutom na gutom. Hindi ko alam bakit ako ginutom. Sa sobrang dami kong narinig, di ba? Na ang gaganda at wonderful things. Hindi ko na ma-synthesize. Walang oras. Pasensya na po. Pero siguro, as we discuss, no, babalik-balikan na lang natin. The next one is Tristan Lunzaga.
Okay, hello po. Good morning to all. I'll just make this quick so that everyone can have their lunches na po. In particular po, I just want to ask our esteemed speakers about their opinion on the literary theory of death of the author. In teaching other literary genre, we can of course subscribe to that. But would you agree po na in teaching LGBT literature, the possession of the author, whether he or she is an ally, homophobe pa siya, it is quite important, and therefore do we worry the students to use in analysis of the texts this death of the author?
Ayan na, sasagot si Professor Cruz at si Professor Baytan.
Ako, no, kahit anong theory pa ang gamitin mo, do not subject the author to erasure. Yun lang, no, para sa akin.
Professor Cruz?
Yeah, yung sagot ko nandiyan sa chat. The author is alive, alive, alive forevermore. The author is alive. The author is alive. Yan. Hey, ayaw natin yung death of the author na yan. Alive siya. Tsaka intersectional, no? Yung analysis doon sa author. Hindi lang gender, pati yung class, pati yung race. Buhay na buhay siya. At that's what makes the literature classroom interesting. Not the text only. Wala na yun. Hindi na uso yun.
Hindi na uso yun, oo.
That's great to know po. Thank you.
Kasi with feminism, matagal ng feminism, di ba? Hindi mo pwede talaga i-disregard yung author. Importante na malaman mo babae nagsulat niyan o lalaki nagsulat niyan, di ba? For a long time, no, only men could represent women. Sila yung nagsusulat, no? At the voices of women were silenced, no, in the canon. So it's important to think of the author, and of course the author is positioned, no, and all those positions are important to consider. Okay, so with that we take a break. We hand over now the microphone to our voiceover. Maybe Rona is the one who can take over now for announcements.
Thank you for a morning full of learning. The upcoming sessions will surely be as interesting. Before we move on to our next 3 modules, we will be having a short lunch break. We will be back at 1:30 p.m. for the afternoon sessions. And don't forget to follow Likhaan and Global Grace on their social media accounts. Again, we will be back at 1:30 p.m. Have a happy lunch, everyone.